Yo, yo, yo. Let's get it. You already know what time it is, man. Let's go ahead and jump into it, guys. We have some serious things to discuss. Today will be a live stream to be remembered on this channel, as this will be the first African diaspora versus FBA debate that we're doing on this channel. And I decided to do this because I know that for a lot of people, I know that this topic was very important. So I said, why not do this, right? It's important. Let's have this discussion. Let's have this conversation. Let's debate. Let's talk about it. All right. So before we get into this, as usual, like, comment, and subscribe. Check out the Patreon link in the description as well. And let me check my audio levels and my visuals so I can see if I'm coming in good. Okay, guys? So give me a second. I'm going to check the audio and visual. Then we'll get you guys to call in and have your debate. Shall we? 1 second as I check the audio and the visual. 1 second. All right, guys. Audio seems to be coming in pretty good. Audio seems to be coming in pretty good. I appreciate all of you for being here. See, we're getting some people coming in. We're going to give it a few seconds. I know that, oh, look, it jumped. There we go. So we got some people calling in. All right. We got some people that are here. All right. So the goal of this is to have a conversation with the African diaspora if you're an FBA. We have some topics to talk about, and I'm curious to hear you guys' thoughts. I remember we did something close to this not too long ago, and I thought it would be important to use my platform to give you guys, that platform to speak on. If you have any issues with the African diaspora, or did the African diaspora have any issues with the FBA, I think it's important to give you guys that opportunity to call in and to speak with one another on that. Okay. For me personally, I'll just be kind of on the outside looking in, monitoring, but this is really for you guys to have that discussion. So, it's interesting. A lot of people seem to have issues with the African diaspora these days, and a lot of the FBA African diaspora seems to have an issue with the FBA. And I'm curious as to where this came from, because just a few months ago it wasn't here. You know what I'm saying? I guess it was brewing, but now it seems to be booming. It seems like Black people and Africans can't, somehow organize themselves and, be respectful of one another online. And I just think it would be good to have, the people that have issues with each other to call in and give them this platform to speak to one another. Remember, we did this recently, and like I said, there was a lot of people there expressing their issues and concerns with the other. So let's do it again, but let's really do it right this time. Let's have the stream be about that. So you guys can call in using the link in the comment section. So Randolph Robinson comes in and says, African diaspora got a problem with FBA. Yeah, that's what it seems like. And it also seems like some FBA have an issue with the African diaspora. But why don't you call in and, we can get you on with one of the African brothers. If there's an African brother here, we can get you on and you guys can have that conversation. I think this is very important that we have these discussions these days. So the topics we have are as follows for today. African diaspora, is it over? We have, are Africans jealous of Black Americans? We have, should Black people get reparations? So I want you guys to call in and give your thoughts on these too. It doesn't just have to be a debate with, the African diaspora, but call in and give your thoughts on these things as well. All right? So we're just going to wait I'm sure we'll have some people call in eventually. We just started the stream, so I appreciate all you guys being here. Appreciate everyone being here. Let me see something. Okay. Oh, there it goes right there. Okay. All right. How you guys been though? What's going on, man? Y'all traveling to any new countries? Anybody been traveling anywhere? Talk to me. What's going on? Anybody been anywhere recently? I know I'm traveling very soon somewhere. So you guys stay tuned for that. That's going to be a nice adventure, guys. I'm not going to lie. Very nice adventure. Randall Robinson comes in and says, it's not my place to argue for FBA. I'm white. I just stand with FVA above all others. I think my people are the enemy to both. Oh, wow. So you're a white person saying this. Okay, that's cool. Oh, that's rare that you get a white person. You said you stand with FVA. Does that mean that you're FBA, or is FVA something different? This is interesting. If you're really a white person, this would be, FBA. Okay. He's FBA. Interesting. You should call in then. At least we can speak on it. I mean, why do you have love for, white people's FBA? Because that means that white people would have to lose money. At least that's what a lot of white people think the FBA is asking for. So why are you one of the white people that is for, the FBA? That's super cool. We rarely get that. So maybe you can, call in and give your thoughts on that. That would be good to know. Because, from what I've heard, a lot of people, especially when they're white, they'll call in and say things like, oh, the FBA, they shouldn't get any money because, and it's kind of crazy saying that, but the FBA shouldn't get any money because, they just shouldn't, they just shouldn't get any money. They just shouldn't get anything. And it's kind of like absurd to hear that, because it's like, sounds like that was free labor. You know what I'm saying? It's like you messed up a whole entire race of people and can't even pay them for it. It's kind of a little bit odd. Uh-oh, did he leave? Oh, man. Now that I've said that, he seems to have left. That's not too good. But call in, brother. Call in. Anybody call in. Let's have our discussion. We're going to wait. Okay. He's here. Wow. Okay. Here we go. Add to... Boom. How are you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, awesome. So you are a white man that is for the FBA, man. So this is a rare occasion, so we have to ask why.
Why not? I'm just saying, everybody, I don't know, the world hates Black Americans, so, and I never had no beef. Black folks never did nothing to me in America, Black BAs or whoever, you know what I'm saying? And they would mistreated me, and it would and it would dog, you know what I'm saying? None of that. I never had no problems with no FBA, but I have problems with everybody else, and everybody else has problems with FBA. It seems like the world gangs up on FBA. So,
Right. It's interesting.
and
And
the world wants me to, but see, my people want me to dislike FBA or Black people in general. I stand with Black people in period, but I stand with FBAs above all, because sometimes the Africans, they take the white people's side. They do. Sorry to say that, but some of the points I hear, some of the arguments they make, just I don't know. They just don't understand that the white people really don't give a shit about them either. That's what some of the Africans don't understand, in my opinion.
right. It's
They're just
interesting.
to
It's
me, some of the
interesting to hear
Africans are
that you
just.
support the FBA. I mean, what made you support them? I mean, is it just because a lot of white people will say things like, "Oh, this is money that we're gonna have to spend," on their reparations. It's very rare you hear a white person say they're okay with reparations. Are you okay with reparations?
Well, that's how white folks got rich. So give some money back, you rotten bastards.
Wow, this almost seems. Are you trolling? Is this real?
No, I've been like this since I've been a little ass kid. I was born in the '70s. I've been like this since I've been a little kid.
Wow. That's dope, man. It's important to hear things like this because, unfortunately, there's not a lot of people speaking out about how, Black people did build America. And, the reason that Black people are in the mess they're in today is a lot of times because they don't have the economic, backing, you know, that they were supposed to have many years ago. So, that's very important that you're able to acknowledge this. And how do you feel about, when white people say like, "Oh, nah, they don't deserve reparations." I mean,
Of course, they're gonna say that. They're they're evil. They don't care. They have no soul. So that's my opinion.
they're soulless. Wow. And so you sound like you have. Are you from L.A.? You sound like you got like this kind of old school kind of accent, like from L.A. Is
I'm from Canton, Ohio.
okay, okay, all right, all right. So you must have grew up around Black people then.
But I lived around both. I lived in a mixed neighborhood. Then I moved to a mostly all white neighborhood. Actually, was kind of both. But I went to a mixed school. Then I went to a mostly white school. Then my mom moved again to a little suburb, like for like a school year. I went to an all white school. Then I went from there to a mostly all black school. So I've lived around both people. You see what I'm saying? And I just have one experience. I've had both experiences. You see what I'm saying? So just
Mm,
my experience. You know what I mean? Just
that,
my experience.
that's dope, man. And is your family like you too, or are they kind of like, yeah, nah, nah,
Yeah.
we not really?
Most of my people don't rock with me, but there's a few people in my family, like females, who mess with black dudes, and they got cast out. They didn't, they don't get. Then they as soon as they as soon as they find out was cool with black folks, they cast them out. You know,
Mm. And I think it's important to mention this too. I don't think us Black people are the only ones that were kind of messed over in this whole debacle, really. Because, honestly, I do believe Black people deserve reparations. But I also say this, that, you know, when these billionaires were pushing in all these people to come into the country and to get all this work done, the plan completely disregarded the white people that was already here. So in a way I understand white people's anger towards, like, having people come in their country, taking the jobs, etc. But for Black people, that does need to be paid back. But also I can see where white people come from too, with that anger, like, damn, the billionaires, they just keep inviting people over, paying them less, and then that they just forgot about us. What about we helped you guys with the wars, we helped you guys with this, and you guys just forgot about us. So I
I
can
don't feel
kind of see from both ends.
I don't feel sorry for them because they didn't fight for nobody else when they was around kicking everybody in the ass. Ain't no white people stand up. Everybody was for it.
Are you saying the billionaires?
Now, white people in general, white people was backing the billionaires, backing them up, calling people racial slurs, fucking with them, doing shit, getting fired. You know what I'm saying? They
Right,
helped the white people, so this is what they get. Fuck when
right,
the
right,
rapper got the gun. So
right. I'm coming from the angle where I look at it like Black people definitely deserve them reparations, but to it's kind of like a thing where I don't agree with them fighting for the billionaires' missions, but I also understand in terms of power plays, right? Like, if you're trying to have your own country, and you know it's supposed to be a white country, right? This is supposed to be a country for white people. You
but
know,
they lying. It's not their
exactly, they
land.
lied.
They stole
Yeah,
it.
that's what I'm
They
saying.
stole
That's
the land.
that's what I'm saying. And
It's
these
not
white
their
people, they
land.
they believed it though. That's the problem. They believed
I
it
don't care what
and
they
they
believe. It's not
sacrificed
their
their
land.
life. Yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
Like you can't go rent an apartment for a house from somebody, right? You sign a lease to go rent a house, right? Fix it up, and it says my house now. I'll fix it up. Fuck out of here, man. That don't make no sense. I'm sorry for the cussing. I'm just saying.
No, it's
That
cool.
don't make no sense. It don't
Yeah.
make sense to me. You can't rent a house, fix it up, and it says my house now. I'll fix it up better. That don't make sense. Do it. But that's what
Exactly.
America did. Come over here. They signed a treaty. I read the treaty of 1494. I read that treaty,
Mm.
and they lied. They come over here. They say one thing. They did another. They fix it up, and now they say it's ours. You cannot do that. The same thing as you rent a house and fix it up and say it's your house now. You cannot do that. It don't make sense. They're liars and they're thieves. It's just
That is.
that ain't what it is.
I mean, at the end of the day, brother, it's evil, right? It's evil. They fought these billionaires' wars, but I understand from their point of view too. It's like, damn, I did some
I
evil
don't.
shit for you, and y'all didn't even pay us for it. Like, y'all just forgot about us and started inviting other people in. But that's why you're not supposed to go for evil. You're not supposed to be on the team of the dark side. You're supposed to be on the good side. So it's they messed up their own self. Really, they messed up their own self. So I think it's good that you can see from that point of view though, that regardless they did something stupid and they ended up with a stupid result. I think that's very important. But I also get from white people's angle too. Doesn't mean it's right, but I do also understand how white people, a
Don't.
lot of them feel as well.
I just don't care about. I just don't care about the angle. I just don't
Right,
care.
right, right,
'Cause
right,
they
right.
didn't care. They didn't care all these years. They didn't care all these years about nothing. Now they're getting a little bit. They're getting a little taste, just a small little portion of the bad shit the other people has gone through, and they're losing their rabbit ass mind. I don't care
Mm,
nothing about them. I'm sorry. I just don't. I don't feel sorry for them
mm,
because they didn't care. 'Cause 100 years, they didn't give a shit. They rolled with it. They supported it. You know what I mean? They enforced it. And they just supported. They enforced the shit. So what they got is what they got. What they get comes is what they get. We didn't see people every day. People didn't write the laws of the universe. The universe does what it does, and people can't stop it, no matter what happens. They can't stop what's coming. It's just what it is.
exactly, exactly. Do you think this might be cosmic intervention for these demonic ways that these white people have done?
Oh no, they say the empire falls because of greed, and that's what's happening now.
Mm, mm. Yeah, man, these billionaires lied to them, man. It's sad because, I see from their angle, they did something stupid expecting to get a different result, but it's still evil at the end of the day, and that's the problem. It's like,
It's, it's,
but this doesn't concern the Black American. The Black American wasn't doing anything evil. They was in their own little, country, and then they was stolen. And so let me ask you this. How much do you think Black people should get in reparations?
shit, I don't know. It should be. I don't think, well, America has enough money because they had 113 million for the Ukraine, or 113 trillion for Ukraine. So
Mm,
we can take that number and start with that. They got money for
exactly.
these white countries. They got money for the countries across the pond. You know what I'm saying? In the Middle East, they got
Right.
countries for that white country, and them is white people. I don't want to hear nothing. People get mad, but the same people that's in Israel now, who's dictating it, who's controlling it, are the same people that lived in Ukraine, Poland. Matter of fact, Putin is half Polish. So that's where them people come from. They're not even the real. Never mind. I want to get you in trouble. I'm sorry, bro.
No, it's cool. Yeah, so I mean, it's very interesting. America
They
seems
all
to
white.
have quite a lot of money. And me personally, I don't want white people's money. I want the money that they're getting from, to Ukraine and them. They
Yeah,
gave a lot of money to, like you just said, in the billions or trillions, whatever. They gave a lot of
113
money to
trillion,
them. I just want
113
that.
billion, something like that.
I just want us to have that same money from where that's coming from. I don't believe that these white people today that have nothing to do with slavery should be giving us their money, because there's a lot of white people I know. I'm from LA. I've seen white
A
people that
billion.
live in the hood and they live in filth. So I'm like, I wouldn't want you just the same as me, damn near. You know what I'm saying? So I don't need your money. I need the money because I know a lot of white people, their main issue is I'm not paying it from my bank accounts. I don't want you to. I want that
It's a
money from
government.
the same place y'all gave that money to Ukraine, that you gave the Japanese, that you gave
It's a
all these
government.
different people throughout, America in history. That's where I want the money from.
The
However, you guys
government. Yep.
print it and it's not backed by anything, I don't care how we get it. I just want that like that. That's it. You know?
I'm with you. I'm
Yeah.
with
So
you. I'm with you.
yeah, that's nice, man.
Government.
That's
The
nice.
government got rich. That's what I'm saying. The white people brainwash other white people. That's how sick it is. That's just how this is how sick of a disease it is. White
Mm,
people trick other white people into, you know what I'm saying, into thinking they better. They could be tricked. I've seen white people in the same conditions, in the same apartment building, same projects, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Terrible. But they'll call a black man the N word just because they white. They think they better just because they white. And Lyndon B. Johnson said that. And we get the lowest person, white person, that think they're better than the highest black person. White people always be in control. Lyndon B. Johnson said this. And not only that, Lyndon B. Johnson also said, find out what they like, talk about black people, and say make it illegal. So this has been going on for man. I don't
Mm. Yeah, that's a good point, man. And for everybody that's just coming in, we're talking about right
know,
now
shit.
if black
This ain't
people
no-
reparations. This is actually a white brother on the phone, and he's for black people getting reparations. And I told him that's very rare. You know, there's definitely one in a couple thousand. You know what I'm saying? They really not out here like that. So I like that he's for it, and it seemed like he cool with it and stuff. That's nice to hear. So definitely there's that. I mean,
But
what? Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just one pinto though. I'm just one pinto. So you know what I mean.
You said you just want what?
I'm just one pinto. I wish you know what I mean. If I ran this motherfucker, they'd have been had their shit. I'd have built hospitals, schools, businesses. That way, say you need future for the future kids to grow up, and if there's nothing there for the kids to look forward to, kids might not want to do nothing. These are just hospitals and schools. And there'll be teachers teaching their community. There'll be doctors helping their community. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. It ain't just the money. It's about you got to build things too. That's the least they could do is going to build shit.
That's real, man.
Hospitals, schools,
Real. And
whatever. I'm not a professional. I don't know. I'm just saying schools, hospitals, things like that would be a nice start. Build some business up, car factories, let people work. Because in my city in the 70s and 80s, in Canton, Ohio, we had 3 steel factories. We had Timken Roller Bearing, we had Republic Steel, and we had the LTV. And in the early 80s, almost all 3 of them left. And almost all the jobs left to Canton, Ohio. That's all I know. This has affected a lot of this. Then the drugs came after that. So I lived right in the hood. I moved right to the hood right when the drugs hit. My mom was on dope. My sister was on dope. My aunt was on. Trust me. You know what I'm saying? So I lived through a lot of that stuff. You know what I mean? So I seen it change from
you know,
the
it's
John
it,
Green.
and it's interesting that you would say all this too, because you're a white guy advocating for black men to get reparations, but I've heard some Africans say that black people should forget about reparations. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, because they sent them over here. Because they're going to have to pay reparations to somebody too. Because they sent them, they did what they did. And
So we just
I
had
think,
somebody
I
right
think,
here that just made a comment and said black people don't deserve any reparations at all. All you guys would do is f up everything. So,
it doesn't
what's your
matter. It's not their choice. It doesn't belong to them. That's the point. They worried about, they want to spend somebody else's money. It ain't their money. They did what they did.
Sandra?
You
Call
know what I
into
mean?
the show. Call into the show because that's
See, they
interesting.
don't be held accountable. See, white people in there, some of the Africans, whoever did the foul things, they don't be held accountable for that shit. That's what it is. I know my people don't be held accountable. I know my people don't. I've been around my people enough. They do not want to be held accountable, and that's what they was. You know what they was hoping for? They was hoping it would just wait it out to where they didn't have to pay reparations. They was hoping it would just wait long enough, it would just die out. That's what they hoping on. It'll just wait. I say keep your foot on their damn neck and don't let them get away. That's my opinion.
That's amazing, brother. This is amazing to hear, man. I want us all to like the video for this brother's speaking, and I think it's really good to hear that because a lot of I grew up thinking that a lot of white people wasn't for reparations, but the more I spoke with certain white people, I started to realize. I said, you know what? Some of these white dudes and white women have their heads screwed on straight, and they really seem to understand. This ain't a thing where it's like we can just overlook. Any issue we have with black people in this country is 110% a byproduct of them not having the right environment that is needed to have a healthy functioning society. Any issue with
All
black
the
people
time.
is usually given because they don't have the right amount of money put into their environment. And they say that they've given black people trillions of dollars to invest in the hood. I grew up in Inglewood, California. There's no money there. Like, I don't know what money. I grew up in the extreme hood. Like, there's no money over there. They've given trillions. Disney said they gave $1 billion. It's not there, because I know if I had $1 billion, you would see all those black kids in suits. You would see all the black people dressed very professionally. You wouldn't see any black people acting out if I had $1 billion and I put it into all that money into the hood. Please, it's impossible. So it's mismanagement of money, and it's also money laundering. That's what's going on, really. So, oh, Sandra comes in and says, whites should not be responsible for anything their ancestors did. We live in America. There is more opportunities than ever. Sandra, call in. Are you black or white, Sandra? Call in and let us know.
White thinking.
Oh, so this is
She,
even Sandra tastes bland. Okay, so this is a racist. Okay. This is a silly
they
racist.
are,
That's funny.
no matter what color she is, she has white thinking. No matter what, no matter the color, you don't have to be white to have white thinking and be messed have a messed up way of thinking. You don't have to be white. There's white thinking, but you don't have to be white to have it.
That's real right there. That's real. Uh, I can't put this one up on screen, but it's a party in your mom's throat says, B, you sound stupid as F. Like, yeah, that's a
But
fact,
he
man.
wears
And
thongs. Okay,
yeah,
okay. He has the Donald Trump thong. Okay, so what? He has a Donald Trump thong. Okay,
you said what?
he has the Donald Trump thong. So what?
Donald Trump, what?
Thong. He
Phone.
wears
Oh,
thongs. He has the Donald Trump thong.
right. I think he's talking about Sandra too. He's saying Sandra, the person named Sandra, is needs to shut up because yeah, they do sound crazy over here. And I think it's interesting. Like the person won't call in, they won't say anything, and I wonder to myself how many of these people are real humans. Like, are these people maybe robots that are commenting? Because if they can't call in, I can't
They're
really
cowards.
tell.
They're cowards. They're cowards. That's all. They don't want
Yeah,
to
right.
stand in what they don't want to stand in what they say. I can show myself. It don't matter to me.
Right. And I respect it, man. I respect it. It's rare that we come across white people that's really saying stuff like this, man. So I hope this puts you in the category of white people that will go down in history. Seriously. I mean, white people that are for a good cause that actually matters, that this is serious, man. This is serious because this money is owed, and it's something morally, there's something morally wrong about throwing a black person in jail because they're fighting to get enough money so that they can be on a white person's level when you have promised them money already. You know what I'm saying? There's
You
something
know
more
what I say? You
with
know what
that.
I say about the white people? You know what I say to the white people who say that we shouldn't have to pay for what our ancestors did? Well, if your ancestors would have did the right thing from the beginning, this country wouldn't be in the predicament it's in. It's just what it is.
Exactly. So
It did
it's a
right from the
party.
beginning.
It's a party says, do you think Tariq is a goalpost mover? What's your thoughts on that?
Man, I don't know. Tariq says a lot of good things, but in my opinion, I don't know. I think because I know he got crowdfunded for all the projects he did with the hidden colors and microphone check and all that, right? He got crowdfunded for that. Then he was charging triple for the price, so he was like double. He was cracking the community's head, in my opinion. That's my view. So anyway, he got crowdfunded for all them projects. Then he took them and was charging 30 and for the microphone. He got crowdfunded for that for the microphone check thing. He got he asked for $80,000 or something like that. He got 162,000, and then charged $30 to go watch it in the video in the movies when the average ticket price is only 15. So I don't think that was. I think he took advantage of the community a little bit. I do. I ain't gonna part. I'm not
Mm.
saying what he said was wrong and stuff. I'm not saying what he was wrong, but I think he just he had to do that. Some black folks have a hard enough time as it is. I said, oh, I know a lot of black folks doing well. I'm just saying some have a hard enough time doing well, and for to pay that money, they might not have got that seen it experience that. You know what I'm saying? Because they didn't have the money because he charged too much. That's just my opinion.
So you mentioned something about a microphone. What was that?
Microphone check the little show he did, the documentary about the
Okay. Yeah, you know what? I don't really listen to Tariq too much, so I don't really know too much of what he has going on. But one thing I do know is that I'm from Los Angeles, Cali, and he's done a lot in LA. I mean, the
yeah.
events he's thrown, and even the building that's on Crenshaw. I used to pass by it like damn near every day. I never actually went. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I always seen it there, and everybody told me out of all the places that everybody knows is black people in LA, that place right there off of Crenshaw that he built, I think it's the Hidden History Museum or something like that. That
Yeah.
was monumental. That was like no other. That was the first time thing, you know. So yeah, I will say that on his behalf. Annihilator Gator Slayer says Tariq is a fraud. Dane Calloway already crushed his ideology in a debate. All Tariq did was make an anime film talking ish instead of intellectually debate him. He got funding from the J people.
Yeah, but
Interesting.
Mike TV exposed Dan Calloway. Mike TV exposed Dan Calloway, exposed Tariq. There was somebody else he got on too. Uh, damn, who I forgot who he got on the cover. You go look on Mike TV. He exposed a few of these dudes, a few of these cats,
Mm,
and he talked about a lot of the Indian. He talked about a lot of the indigenous thing. Mike TV. He called it the indigenous. That's who I read the Treaty of 1494. That's how I read that. He pulled it up on the screen.
mm. And do you believe some black people that are in America are actually
Oh,
descendants of Native?
yes, not a question.
Okay.
I thought that beforehand. I said if the world was already black, you know what I'm saying? Why like we was only in one spot? Now it don't make sense. Especially if everything was together, if the Pangea, if everything was together, why wasn't it possible for black folks to travel different parts? And then if it break up, it breaks up. Then they just stuck there, right? The
Mm,
Pangea thing, everything was put together at one time. It was one big mass.
exactly. Yeah.
And why couldn't people move around? There was
Of
black
course.
people in
But
Ireland. There was black people in England. There was black people in America. There was black people. You know what I'm saying? Everywhere.
yeah, of course.
Black,
So
I've
it
seen
would make
pictures of
sense
black
that
Japanese.
we're
I've
already
seen
here.
pictures of black Japanese people.
Mm, yeah. So it would make sense that black people were already here. So at least you understand this. That's important. And what's call it? Annihilator Gator Slayer says, plus his wife is white. Go figure. I don't know if Tariq's wife is white though. I don't know
She
if
is.
she.
She is. I
And
think she's mixed
let me ask
because
you.
she wanted to.
Let me ask you this because you're a white man, right? So, um, let's say Tariq's wife is white, right? If you're a white man that seems to be, mentally, at least for reparations, which is a great thing, it seems like some white people are actually, you know, good people, right? Do you believe in interracial marriages and interracial relationships, or what's your thoughts on that?
I was engaged to a black woman for 10. She passed away. That's the only reason why I'm not with her no more. She passed away. But
Oh, blessings.
me personally, now, would I tell black men or women? I say, if you decide you're gonna mess with a white dude or a white woman or anybody outside of being black, make sure they respect black people as a whole.
Mm.
So
Um,
don't mess with them just because they might have a two or three black friends and they think they're not racist because they got two or three black friends. That's not good. I don't know. I just don't. Because white people like that just say, oh, they cool for black people. That's the things I've heard over the years. White people, I know they don't like black people. And I see a black person around, oh, they cool. They cool for a black person. Okay, that just don't make sense to me. I don't know. I just either they cool or they not. It's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? Can't cool for. I just, you know what I mean? I don't know. Just the way my people think and view shit is. I don't know, man. I can't get it. I can't understand why there's so much hate. Why there's so much. I can't get it. I don't understand. Maybe because I don't have it in me. Maybe I don't have it in me, so I can't understand it. But I can't understand it. It's all for nothing. Like I said, my people brainwash my people.
mm, that's a good point. I'm
The poor
looking
white
up.
people, yes.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Like I said, the poor white people are brainwashed by the rich white people.
You said more white people are brainwashed by
I
the
said the
rich white.
poor. No, I said the poor white people are brainwashed by the rich white people.
Ah, yes, that's a good point. That definitely is a good point. Let me see
And
something.
white people and the poor white people have a low IQs. They can't figure it out.
Hmm. Hmm. Now I looked online, right, and I found a picture of Tariq Nasheed's wife, and to me, this is 100% without a doubt a black woman. So I'm a little bit confused as to why you said she's not black.
No, I didn't say she was actually mixed. She has white in her. I think she had some kind of, you know what I mean? She's not.
I
Oh, I'm
heard you
saying
say
she's
she
not
wasn't
100%.
white.
She has
I
white
heard you
in
say
her.
she was white.
No, I said she wasn't all the way black.
Ah. Okay, okay. So yeah, so his wife plus his wife is white. Go figure. That's not really. I mean, Tariq's wife isn't
That's
white,
not
so
that's not a thing for me because the white person respects black people as a whole, then they can fight with black people. That's my opinion. Black people may not want that, and that's cool. If they don't want no white people's help, that's fine. You know what I'm saying? I understand because white people are not trustworthy. Will say one thing and then do another. So if you know what I'm saying. But if a white person is really for black people as a whole, not just a couple, you know what I'm saying? Then that's cool.
Annihilator Alligator, call into the show because you have said something that is false, and we need to get you on. So call into the show and please explain your point. That didn't really make sense. Do you consider black women that are half white as black?
Well, in America, they're gonna say she's black. From American act standpoint, one drop rule, they still apply that today. It still apply today, right? People say if you mix with anything, you're not white. It still applies today in America. In other countries, it may not be. Might not be the case, but in America, America would consider her as a black woman.
Mm, mm. Yeah. So you consider her as a black woman?
I just, I just consider her a woman, like you know what I mean. Like I just, uh, yeah, she could be considered a black woman because that's how America is going to see her. That's how America going to treat her. The police pull her over. That's how the white police going to treat her as a black woman. So in America, she's a black woman.
So earlier you were saying Tariq Nasheed got exposed for something. What exactly was that he got exposed for?
No, just about the grip, just about the money situation. How he was overcharging everything. Then he got crowdfunded. Like I
Hmm.
said, he asked for 80,000 to do this thing. He got 162,000. Then turned around and right asked for 50 more thousand. I just think that was a little much. That was a little too far. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Now, if you wanted 80,000 to do the microphone check thing, and you got double that, why would you need 50 more thousand to do something else? Why wouldn't you take the other 82,000 and do what you're going to do? What you asked for the 50,000 for? You see what I'm saying?
You know, I've done certain type of things around the world that, might need a certain amount of money, at least that I originally thought would need to be pulled in for
Oh,
this
but he's
type of
rich.
investment.
Hold on,
And but
but he's
then
rich.
but then but then later on, I say to myself, okay, this needs to be adjusted, and you might have to ask for extra. So, if I'm not the one doing the work, I typically don't talk about like other people's, uh financial situation as it comes to their investment, because unless I'm the one actually getting dirty, then I shouldn't be speaking on others. That's how I move when it comes to my business endeavors. But I also hear what you're saying as well, like, oh, and you mentioned he's rich, but at the same time, just because you have money
No, he
doesn't
got a
mean.
mansion. He got a mansion. He got Bentleys, but he crowdfunded
So
the
so
community.
because he has that, do you feel like he needs to put his own money into his community? The community is not just
All,
him.
not all of it. Not all of it. He can kick in some. I don't think he's really he crowdfunds for everything, and then he charges triple or double of the price what everybody else charges. I just, you know what I mean. Now if he's doing all good with that money, okay, cool. Shouts out to him. I just think he lives a lavish lifestyle off other people, and I don't. I mean, I just don't think it's right. If people are struggling, then he shouldn't live on a high horse like that and look down on other people. Because he called somebody broke. He'll call Mogul broke quicker than a mug.
Well, it is his money though. I'm playing, basically devil's advocate. I don't know too
I
much
do.
about
I
money, but
understand. I understand.
I'm just saying it is his money, right? So let's say you're doing an investment, right? And it's like for white people to live like a certain type of lifestyle, and all these white people are saying, you know what? I agree. We do need to live a lifestyle like this. They say, well, you as the white man, you have money, so you invest your money in because you live better than all of us. So invest all your money into this project. That's kind of unfair, right?
No, I said some. You can go half with somebody, they crowdfund, you put some in. He just crowdfunding and charging the trouble and triple. I don't think he's putting none in. He just crowdfunding and then charging more and then living. I'm not saying he ain't doing nothing good, but I just think it's hard on some people. And some people can't benefit from his work if he's charging so much.
Mm, mm. Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I guess the way I'm looking at it is, I don't know Tariq's pockets. One thing us black dudes are known for since we were ripped away from our reparations is flexing. So I don't know how much any black person really has. For all I know, Tariq might not have any money. For all I know, the mansion could be rented. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm not in his pockets for real, so I don't know how much money he really has. And
But,
I just
other
wouldn't
than
comment
that,
on another
like I
man.
said, if he's doing that, I just don't think it's right. If he is, taking advantage of the community, it's not right. If he isn't, cool. But if he is, it's not right. That's all I'm saying. Other than that, you know what I'm saying? I just don't think it's right. If he is taking advantage of the community,
Mm. So
if
Moon
he
Duck
is, if he
and
ain't taking advantage of it, it's cool.
Moon Duck Maximus, what a ridiculous name. He comes in and says, it is weird for y'all talking about some other nigga, though. It should be motivational for you to start your own ish. Hmm. Interesting. Do you have any thoughts on this?
Not really. That's his opinion. People are allowed to have their opinions. I ain't gotta debate every opinion, or you know what I mean. Go back and forth with every opinion. People are allowed to have their opinions.
Right, right. Um, I appreciate you calling in. Let's try to get some more callers in. I do appreciate this call, man. Definitely subscribe to the channel if you're not already. This was a good discussion. I hope to have you back on. All right.
Yep. Appreciate
Thank you.
you.
Alrighty. Cool. All right, that was a good conversation, guys. We still are doing calls, okay? Call into the show. Today we have a few different topics revolving around FBA versus Pan-Africanism. Of course, Tariq, a lot of people, they would consider him to be even the face of, the FBA currently as it stands. So, we, of course, will speak about him as well because he is considered to be the face. But as much as that is so, it's even more important that you call in if you have any issues, or if you have any issues with me, any content that I've made, you can call in for that, or you can just call in on your thoughts of the conversation we just had. I think we had a pretty good conversation, man. That guy, you know, the white guy that just called in right now, I'm happy he called in, because you don't hear too many white people that are pro reparations. And the dude, you could see that he has really engaged in learning his history, learning the origins of America, and I think that's a plausible. Okay, who knows how much of it was legit? Because white people might change when that money starts to hit our bank accounts, but he did seem pretty legit for the most part. So we have to give him his applause for that. Okay, we don't know if he was. If he gonna switch up, all we can go off of is what we know about him so far. Now, as it pertains to brother Tariq, I didn't speak too much on him because I don't really know his bank account. I don't know, if he really lives in the mansions or whatever. And I also believe that when you're doing investments, sometimes you have to go back and pull in more money for that investment. That's just how it works. I also believe, too, that if you're starting a project, this is the issue with the Black community, too. Black people expect one Black man to get the whole job done himself just because he has money. But really, it needs to be a group effort. If you're serious about seeing a better tomorrow for your people, then you should definitely be actionary and definitely put in something physical into, building this project. This is why for so long I looked at Umar Johnson's project as, legitimate, because I said, you know what? It must take a lot of work, to actually, get a school, get all this stuff, do all this stuff. But it's been too long. That's the only issue with Umar. It's been too long. You see, and Umar is not transparent enough. That's what I see as an issue from him. I still hope the school comes about, but it's not looking good. I'm a realist, guys. It's not looking good for the school. But at the same time, I'm not in his pockets, so I don't exactly know. I haven't assisted with a single thing for Umar. Maybe a little bit of money at some point early when he was first starting this stuff, but besides that, I haven't assisted a single thing to his pockets besides my small charitable donation. So that's what I'll say at that. So, I'm not in his pockets to really know. So I see we have some comments coming in, guys. Make sure you guys call in. Shout out to Randall. He says, I ain't changed since the 70s. I ain't going to switch up now. Man, if I could curse on here, I'll say I F with that, brother. I F with that. And I'm happy he came in to say this because I think sometimes we as black people, we might view every white person as, a certain type of way. But I think it's important to see that there is some decent white folk out there that actually do, applaud the mission and want to see black people succeed. It's kind of insane to think every single white person is exactly the same, right? So I can applaud that. We want to see action too. We want to see white people, go to the government buildings and how they did all that stuff when I can't say too much, but we want to see them actionary too. So be in those lines, be in those rallies with the black folk, and just be there on the ground with us. So that'll really show some real familiarity, brotherhood, and that would be nice as well. But Moonduck says, I don't know why, Moonduck, you're spamming this stuff. I don't know what's going on, brother. I gave you the link. You can call in. My productions are more thorough than Tariq shit. Tariq need me on his team. Like, bro, are you a fan? Like, what's going on, man? It's like, what? I created that video. Like, what is going on? Like, search FBA versus the Globe. I put in something physical. Okay. So he's saying he did some stuff for Tariq. Okay, that's cool. Well, do you want to call in and talk about your efforts and what you did for Tariq? That's you're open to call in. You're welcome to call in. Right now, guys, the real conversation here at hand, though, is let me see, the African diaspora versus FBA. So we was actually trying to get some Africans to call in and debate with the black people, but it seems like we have others calling in, which is fine too. We have some very good topics. Are Africans jealous of black Americans? Or we can say, are any race of people jealous of black Americans? Because black Americans, as we see, they do have some good things going on for them, even in the midst of all the issues. We have, is the African diaspora over? We have the topic of, should Africans be allowed into America? And we have the topic, of course, should black people give reparations? So that's some topics we have for you guys. So please feel free to call in. We're gonna wait. We'll just wait a little bit. I'm hoping we get some Africans to call in. They typically have a lot to say online. Shout out to my South Africans, right? Oh, brother. Let me tell you guys, man, these South Africans, boy, you don't want to say not one wrong thing. Oh, I don't like South Africans, I don't know, their chips. I don't like this chip bag I had from Africa, or this South Africa, they have these cookies that I don't like. You don't like our cookies? You don't like our cookies? Then we don't like you. They be so mad, y'all. They be so mad, guys. Ooh, it's crazy, man. It is crazy. Moonduck comes in and says, so travel, where are you from? Are you considered foundational Black American? I am definitely considered foundational Black American because I actually was born and raised inside of this country. So there's that. Oh, we have Willow. It has been a minute. What is going on, Willow? Yo, yo, yo. Willow, you're on.
Yo, what's good, my G?
What's good, brother? Is this the Willow from the group chat, Willow?
Yeah, you already know what it is, Pep.
Okay, for sure, for sure. I'm making sure, man. I'm making sure we don't got no tethers. No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Hey, man, Tariq's so funny, man. I barely watch his content, bro, but the tether stuff be having me cracking up on TikTok, bro. But yeah, what's going on, man? Did you have any thoughts on the conversation?
Man, hey man, I just tuned in to you a minute ago. I'm at work, so I figure I'm like, man, let me go ahead and put my Bluetooth headset in. You know what I'm saying? Let me kill a little bit of time and chop it up with my brother real quick. You know what I mean?
Nice. Okay. So,
Yeah, yeah, man. So, yeah, man. Whatever topic you want to touch on, man. Let's get it, man.
yeah, I mean, do you see that there is a divide between Africans and Black people that's been brewing now? Like, have you seen like a divide amongst Blacks and Africans recently?
Yes and no. And I'm gonna give my perspective on the fact that I'm gonna be straight up transparent. I haven't been to Africa. You know what I mean? I don't know anything about like the culture other than when I talk to you guys, people that have been, you know, traveling the countries and the nations, and they able to get their perspectives. Overall, I do think that Africans are genuine good people.
Mm.
I think it's like I think we have like a weird relationship. It's kind of like those two brothers. The one older brother, he may have like a 5 year age gap between his younger brother, but the older brother has his height. He got the height. He's over 6 feet tall. He has like a natural body to where he doesn't need to work out and he's just naturally shredded. You know what I'm saying? And he's good with the ladies. But then you got the younger brother. He's short. He's like 5'8", 5'9". He's good with the women too. Very charismatic, but very intellectual, very well spoken, very articulate, and very well accomplished. And he's an entrepreneur, so he made himself a self millionaire. Meanwhile, the older brother is still working like a 9 to 5. Even though that older brother and he's been doing shit for a long time and he got it out the mud, he's looking at his younger brother. It's like a mix between admiration and jealousy. It's like he wants to be his brother, even though he's his younger brother. You know what I'm saying? But his younger brother be giving him some knowledge and giving him some game on just life in general. And his older brother's like, well, wait a minute. I should already have what you have, but you younger than me. How are you this much advanced more than me? I think it's that type of relationship that some Africans have with certain FBAs. Does that make any type of sense?
Yeah, yeah, that does make a lot of sense. Do you mind just going somewhere where it's not too echoey?
Yeah, yeah, I got you. Hold on.
Appreciate that. It's just a bit difficult to hear you. But yeah, for as to what he was saying, a lot of us Black Americans, I do think sometimes it's like that though. I do think, when we go to Africa, you know, I've been saying this for a while too. I feel like it's a rich cousin, kind of situation. Like they really view Black people as like the ones that make it. And, there can be some, not really like, hatred, but a sort of a jealousy there, and it's kind of like a, give me money if y'all don't really assist us, like, So I kind of see where he's coming from. I get where I get his point of view.
All
Yeah,
right, you good now? You can hear me
yeah,
now?
oh yeah, that's way better, brother. Thank you. Yep.
Okay, cool, cool, cool.
Mhm.
But yeah, man, I do think it's that type of relationship. And to add more context, I think it's most like if we talk about us FBA men going over there, you may come across some genuine good, African men there. But I think majority of where it comes from is the women because we come over there, we already got some bread in our pockets, our dollar stretches 5 to 10 times X more, and we're able to just effortlessly get some of the women, whether you paying for the box or not, it doesn't really matter, you know. But they looking at that like, oh man. And I've heard stories of it'd be some women, African women, who be straight up married or be in long term relationships, having boyfriends, and they may step out on they African dude and get with an American. You know what I'm saying? Because of the swag. You know what I'm saying? They're enamored by like the trinkets. You know what I'm saying? And you got money too. Oh shit, you can. Hey, I'll bust it open any time for you. And they know this. They know this. So I think they could get jealous from that aspect, which is understandable. You know, Africa, not talking about all of Africa, but certain countries where, there uh, may not be as rich, or maybe like certain small amounts percentage wise. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to them being able to obtain wealth, and when they want to get over here, because this is the thing that be killing me, right? The thing that be killing me is you'll have I listened to a few streams, and I was on some of these streams with some other content creators. I'm not going to mention them in there because I don't want to mention any other content creators in your chat or whatever. But I've been in certain chats or whatever or online talking, and it was situations where you had Africans that were born in America, so they're like what, second generation here, and their parents would be born in whatever nation that they come from, whether that's Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, et cetera, and they'll get to talking reckless to some of us local guys in America, us black guys, and it's so weird because they have obtained their education from here. They have obtained, um, mass amounts of wealth, especially compared to the amount of money that they was making, or that some of their cousins and family members was making back in their home state. And they'll end up going to the military, they'll get these benefits and everything like that, and still talking down on how us blacks in America are lazy, we don't do shit. Now that may hold some weight, you know what I'm saying? But I think overall though, I think that it's still more black Americans, men, who are a lot more productive, you know what I'm saying, than vice versa. So it's a weird dynamic that they have when you know when they converse with us. I done had conversations with several African women, and I would ask them, what do you think about the man that's in your country or whatever? Like, the biggest thing that they get, the biggest complaint that the women say is that the men are some of the biggest cheaters, liars, and deceivers, and that they just aren't good men. When they compare us black American men to them, you know, um, they say like a lot more romantic, we're a lot more understanding, more logical. We give them like a slight more leeway, you know what I'm saying? And it's like when you got like that brute nature to like the men, because there's still laws to where they can pretty much, you know what I'm saying, choke up and yoke up a girl, and the police won't get involved or nothing like that. Now, me personally, I don't want to be in a relationship with a woman where I got to get out of pocket and put hands on you just for you to stay in pocket. If my words and actions aren't enough, and I'm not leading by example, and you decide to still go wayward, then you're not the woman for me. You know what I'm saying? That's just me personally. I find I don't never have to put myself in a situation that, you know what I'm saying, to like dog abroad or anything like that. But, they be getting their ass whipped. You know what I'm saying? Some of them do. But a lot of the women are honest, and they say, we like you black American men, and we like, some of our own men. And I mean, that's understandable.
Mm, And I'll say this on this topic too. I feel like a lot of the hate, or the jealous feeling kind of thing that African people display is usually online. Because I've never, in all of my years of going to Africa, I've never really had anybody like stick their nose up at me like, oh, like I hate you, like you're a black American, da da da. Like,
Yep.
I've never really had that. Like, I only had this one weird situation that happened years ago where this dude, he was asking me to buy his painting, and I told him I didn't have no more money. I said I'll have to go back
hmm
home and bring some money the next day. And I was serious too, because he had really nice paintings. And I was like, you know
Right.
what? I said, let me come back tomorrow. And he started following me and the chick I was with. And I was like, hey, bro, I just told you I got you tomorrow. Just cool off.
All right.
And he told me, he said, and first he was all, oh, Africa's your home. We love you here, all this stuff. And then, after I said, hey man, and I had to straighten him up a little bit, get in his face and, kind of let him know, like, bro, now you harassing me. Get the hell away from us. Like, you know what I'm saying? He said,
Right.
man, you guys need to go back to your country. I said, interesting, because this country is our country too. You don't get
hmm
to us go back to your country when technically this is our country, fool. So, that's how I was looking at it. But that was a rare situation. I've rarely had people say anything about Black Americans in person. Actually, the mainly from most Africans, what I get is extremely hospitable, great people. You know what I'm saying? This is
Mhm.
completely different from how they act online. When I be seeing Tariq streams and stuff from time to time, and I be hearing how the African people be calling in and talking, I'm like, damn, I ain't never heard no African talk like this in person, besides that one time. And I've talked
Mhm.
to thousands of Africans. And I wouldn't even say they're jealous when you talk to them in real life. They don't even come off
Mhm.
jealous. They come off completely like okay with their country. Maybe sometimes, you know that they're looking for opportunity, but besides that, that's it. They're not looking at me like, oh, I hate you because you winning in life and you're the cousin that made it and I hate you for that. It's really usually good vibes from African people. That's why I love Africa so much and African people, because it's good vibes, good people, good energy, hella respectful, very safe,
Mhm.
all that stuff. So, it's very interesting when you hear them online. JJ Mars says Africans do well in America mainly because they're extremely eager to please or suck up to YT people and talk down to FBA. That's how they prove their loyalty to the white T's. What do you think about that comment?
You
And
know
and
what?
it, hey, you're a bit muffled too. It started getting muffly like halfway through your last time. Can you maybe move somewhere else?
Hold on, let me try this.
All right. You guys, let me know if he's coming in clear. Let me know too, because I want you guys to be able to hear as well. So,
Okay, what about now?
oh yeah, bro, that's good. I already know that's gonna be clear.
All right, cool.
That's way better. Yo yo yo. Uh-oh. Look like we lost him, y'all. I think we lost him. He might be on mute, or he might have lost connection or something.
What about now?
Oh yeah, that's good. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. All right. So I was saying that about the white people. So here's my thing. I believe that, and it's just my opinion based off observation. I believe that it's more Africans that are bootlickers versus us blacks in America. And this is why I'm gonna say that. I think a lot of it has to do with their colonized mindset still, and also from a superiority uh, perspective. You see, most Africans, well, let me say this. Blacks in America are the most wealthiest blacks around the planet. That's a fact, you know. And I believe before, like during like the civil rights and everything like that, and we wanted to be integrated and we wanted the white people to treat us equally, I think that's where black people fucked up. Now, after that, like decades after that, I would say I would say it started like around like the crack epidemic going into like the 90s, and you had the rise of gangster rap and shit like that. I think like around like that, like the 80s mark, 90s mark, where we really just kind of um didn't really care about wanting to be a part of white people's acceptance. Now you still had a sprinkle here, you know what I'm saying? But I think the rise of opportunities being opened up, all we really cared about for real was to get equal pay, equal wages. You know what I'm saying? And now, since we make just as much money as white people, you know what I'm saying, we don't really care about them. I've never had a conversation or never talked or even overheard any black man talk about, you know, positions that they wish they would be in as far as white people, you know, accepting them and shit like that. As far as I'm concerned, we can give a shit less. Me personally, I never wanted to be included with white people. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted answers to questions, and I wanted things to be explained clearly, and I wanted the truth. And then I will create my own opportunities. But I think that the African, the black people in Africa definitely still hold on to that white worship, you know, because they always looking for a handout, and it comes from a place of lack. You know, we pretty much got everything we need here in America as far as blacks. So we don't care anything about what white people say and what they doing. That's just me personally. What about you?
Yeah, I do notice, like, I said this on a previous video. I was actually, because you basically quoted damn near the same thing I was basically saying in that video. You know, I was saying that, in America, we get to get the remnants of what the rich people leave for us in the toilet. We get to
Yeah.
get that. And then you have other countries that you go to, like in Africa, where the government, they're not doing anything, and the people
Mm-hmm.
there, they have to get the remnants of the sewer water, if that. You know what I'm saying? It's not even. And it's messed up. It's sad, because it's like, damn, in America, I really be looking at America like, man, this place has a lot of issues, but one thing we can't say is that they don't let us at least get to scrape from the bowl. And at least
Right.
over here we get to scrape from the bowl. They don't even get the bowl. They don't get the, like, the pipes when it goes, the ship gets flushed down. They
Mm.
get the actual sewer water, and they gotta fight over it. And it's so evil too, because you have these government officials there that have 10 Mercedes Benzes, and I'm like, damn, but your people are living like this. So really, I think Africa, their only main issue in Africa, they're dealing with the extreme corruption. Like, there's no other way for a lot of people in Africa to really get any type of living, any type of lifestyle, unless they're going to fight, or unless they're going to kiss, up to the white man that goes in their country and offers them those jobs, you know. And I'm about to put out a video soon talking about how some people are going to countries, using money and having these females do crazy things that they don't even want to do, but they do it for the money. And because it just has to be said, this is how low it goes. I remember asking ladies, I would just ask random chicks questions. Like, I'll say, would you do this for this amount of money? These ladies would say, hell yes. And it's sad hearing that, because you're looking at them like, you're somebody's daughter, somebody cares for you. You're still a grown woman, but somebody cares for you. Like, you are still just their kid. So it's sad hearing that they're willing to do a lot of things for that money, just so that they can have enough to pay bills, because their government is evil, man. It's actually evil. Like, we think American government is evil, but that's what I was saying. Like, we haven't seen real evil yet. Maybe back in the day, America, with this slavery stuff and all that, and Jim Crow and stuff, it's still messed up. But compared to Africa greed and wickedry from the government officials, it's unmatched, bro. It's I've seen places that were I've seen the most horrifying things in Africa that I never even mentioned, like just horrible places where people are really truly struggling. So, it's bad, man. It's bad. It's bad. Moonduck says, why is there a picture of Cuz from Wakanda on there? Let's show some respect to the brother Chadwick Boseman. Let's show some respect to the first black superhero on mainstream. Let's show some respect. Okay, that was a very important movie. Killmonger was clearly, at the top. But let's show some respect to Chadwick Boseman. But yeah, he's there because he represents, African unity. That's what Africa really was supposed to be. That whole Wakanda thing, that's how Africa really should be, but it's not, because unfortunately they don't have any real vibranium. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever that stuff is that okay, he's not understanding. Well, Moonduck says Moonduck's Maximus says, why is it associated with in the diaspora? And he's associated with the diaspora because I was saying that this is how Wakanda was supposed to be. It's not just about him, it's about what he stood for. He was Wakanda forever. Wakanda was supposed to be for African unity. So if you see on your screen, the fist in Africa, that's how African diaspora is supposedly supposed to be. Africa for the Africans, Africans for the melanated brothers. That's how it was supposed to be, and sisters. So what I'm saying is that, you know, Wakanda was supposed to be Africa, but Africa, unfortunately, they don't have any vibranium. They don't got any damn materials, that they could have used to fight like how they could fight. That vibranium stuff that they have, minerals in Africa, right, that are powerful. Lots of gold, lots of diamonds. We all know this stuff. Even the stuff cobalt for all this stuff for the phones. We know this. But I'm saying the main resource that they use to fight in their battles and wars, they don't have that in Africa. So unfortunately, that's why I came with the topic: is the African diaspora over? This another question that needs to be asked. But let me get on to some other comments. More Fortune says it's safe to say YT people did black more. It's safe to say YT people did more for Black America than Africa did for Africans. Damn, hey, that's something, huh?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
something right there, boy.
Hey,
Ooh-wee.
I hate to say it, but that is more of an accurate statement than the other way around. I would have to agree with that. I would have to agree. But before I touch on that, I just want to piggyback off of what you had mentioned when you had gave that analogy about like the whole toilet thing and the scraps and shit. Man, that was a great analogy. Have you ever watched this? And when you said that, it immediately made me think of this movie. You ever seen this movie? It aired on Netflix. It's called The Platform. Have you ever watched that movie?
Bruh, we on the same level right now. No pun intended, but I get you.
And I just looked it up, and they about to have a they had a platform too. The sequel, it came out last year. I'm gonna have to go see that one because I didn't know it was another one. But yeah, bro, like just that simple fact, man, like that's crazy. They don't literally get no help. So to say what I was originally going to say, because I forgot it, but not just I just remembered it now, is that I can understand the level of debauchery some of these women are willing to do for a piece of change. Now, let's compare the American black, the common American black woman versus the common African woman. Now, they would want to do some of those debaucherous things because they come from real poverty. They live life on survival mode. And I can understand how, because I was watching a clip, I think it was with Austin, and then I listened to another clip because I seen like a lot of beautiful women that I was matching with on one of these dating sites was coming from like Accra, Ghana. And it's like every single conversation was, can you send me money? Can you send me money? Can you send me money? If you want to do this, if I want a video chat, I can't. I need some more data on my phone. And I'm like, damn, it got so bad to the point where I didn't care how bad a chick looked. I did not. I just scratched Ghana off my list. Then I started to hear on this podcast how they were saying some guy had raised the question. He was like, so is it true that it's really just like a transactional thing with y'all out there? And the girl was explaining, she was like, well, a lot of it is out here. We do transactional love because a lot of us are just so poor, and you know what I'm saying? Like from that mindset, I can understand why they do it because it's based off survival. Now, if you was to flip it and ask the same thing, if this is the so-called quote unquote land of opportunity here in America, a lot of these women are just doing some of those filthy, debaucherous things, not because out of survival. You got so many ways to make money online, and you can go out and get a job, and you can do that. No, they doing it because they want to do it, and they're promiscuous. They're promiscuous. They're dysfunctional, low vibration, and they're just broken women, bro. What's that statistic? It's like one in every third or one in every fourth black, American woman or girl has been SA'd or violated, like at least once in her lifetime. So if you add up those statistics, is it no wonder why our women are the way that they are? You know what I'm saying? And I can't put the blame on them without putting it on us, because if men are supposed to be the so-called leaders, all they're really doing is following in our footsteps. But here's another caveat. If the single mother rate is over 70% since the 70s, then that must mean what? A lot of these so-called boys that are now grown men have been bitch raised. No strong, either one of the three. Either his father was completely absent, his father was there, but he was a weak leader, and his mother never showed his father deference and honor, or
the simple fact that he had a father and he just really couldn't move and shake like he really wanted to because he was out the house because the mother chose Section 8 and food stamps over him. So now you got him there, but he's not there. You know what I'm saying? So where does he do? That boy looks to go to the streets. You know what I'm saying? And we have like this misnomer that street guys, you know what I'm saying? And that's like the height level of masculinity. When we all know that it's not, because if you operating from a stance of emotional violence versus just violence or intellectual, you know what I'm saying? That already, if you a smart man with above average IQ, you can see the difference and why it is the way that it's like that. So you got all these men, or most of these men, over 70% single mother raised, and they're going out and they're having families, and a lot of them repeat the same cycle. Now you do have some who will be like, you know what, I'm gonna be a better father than a better father to my children than my father ever was to me. And then you got some of those outliers. But if we're talking in generality, the grand scope of things, no, it's not like that. So these so-called young girls growing up to be women, they following these guys, and these guys have been raised by their moms, and they don't really know no better until it's too late in life, or they may never really get their act together. Do you see the parameters and see where all this wave of dysfunction even really comes from? So they're doing it. So the women are doing it because they're promiscuous, they're damaged, and a lot of their mothers wasn't shit. But in Africa, they doing a lot of this debaucherous shit because they coming from a place of survival. They really do need the bread. You know what I'm saying? And if they actually had the opportunity, I guarantee you that they wouldn't be as fucked up or wouldn't do a lot of the debaucherous nature that they do here, because a lot of the patriarchy is still alive and still very well intact into these African nations. And because of that, family is still a very big thing. But if they didn't have to operate out of survival, I guarantee you they wouldn't even be like that, bro. I yield the floor.
Yeah, that's a good point. And it's really sad, man. I'm telling you, like, just knowing that a lot of these African women, they're really good. That's why, I'm making a video soon on Passport Bros. I'll just give a quick teaser. I was gonna wait to the end, guys, but here's a quick teaser on Passport Bros. Now, don't think from the thumbnail y'all know everything, okay? Just wait for the video to drop, man. We got some interesting stuff to talk about. But I'm gonna tell you like this though. Oh shoot, I done messed up my thing. I believe that this Passport Bros life can be really good for a lot of women abroad. Like I think that unfortunately, there's some that have a bad rep, for the rightful reasons. They have that rep because they made foolish decisions. But there's some that I can say these guys will give these women the world. Imagine these black men that have been stripped in America of feminine women, and you go into a country finding a feminine woman. Like, bruh, I've even worked harder, and I'm a very hard worker. Don't get it twisted. Like, I feel like I work so hard. I know I work hard, but I was around certain women as I traveled, and I said, "Damn, I need to work harder." Like I usually get 6 hours of sleep. I think I can do 4. It motivates you. It's like a perfect fit. You know what I'm saying? And I think this can be very good because a lot of the ladies, I don't want to see the sisters in these foreign countries doing that shit, man. Like, it's just messed up, and they be having to do that from a young age too. You know what I'm saying? That's not right. You know what I'm saying? I think you get like an 18, 19-year-old woman that's, serious and motivated to be a wife, and she don't want to be online doing the half naked clothing, all that stuff. She want to actually be a wife. She's serious about this. I think it's important to get certain men, the right men, over into, boss this chick life up, bro. She deserves it, man. I mean, if she's serious, she been raised correct. I think that can be very beneficial, but it's sad. It's sad. A lot of ladies definitely is doing things for that money. And in America, all these ladies doing this only, I can't say the word, but for their fans, so they're doing that stuff here in America, and it's sad because um these women in America, they don't have to do it. Like,
They don't.
you get what I'm saying? Like, they don't have to do this stuff. They do it because, America, I've realized America's a very greedy place. I believe that most black young men go to jail because they're trying to impress a lot of these women in this country, not understanding
Mm,
that, bruh, you already have enough money, bro. The fact that you can
mm,
afford an apartment makes you higher than 90% of people on this planet. Most people on earth don't have their own apartment. That's the first thing. Even if it's a studio apartment, most people on earth don't have their own place. This is a
right.
fact. Then secondly, most people on earth don't even have their own car, even if it's a bucket. You
Hmm.
already, as a young black man, have enough, or a young man have enough for most women across the world. But in America, it makes you, these women here, they'll say nothing's enough. Nothing's
Right.
enough. They say it costs $1 million, or how much is it for to have an offspring, to have children these days? That's
So if you
that's
was to
cap.
spend, yeah, if you was to have a child, and you like the common American, they would spend from the time that child is born up until they're 18, and we include in everything that encompasses all spending. So from education to food to clothing, so forth and so on. On the lowest end, for the first 18 years, you would spend about on the low end about 180K. On the high end, about 300K. From 180, we're just gonna say 200 to 300K. You know what I'm saying? Now, I definitely that's the part I left out, and you said it. The dysfunctional Black American women operate from a place of promiscuity and greed. They just operate from a place of survival. So, with that being said, yeah, I've noticed it too. If American women was to leave from America and travel abroad, they would have to accept the fact that that man is not going to make the average man in a foreign land that's in a second world developing country and so forth is not going to be able to afford your lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? And that happens quite often. Now, on the flip side, when the men do it, we can. You know what I'm saying? We don't care about the woman's accomplishments and her money. We want to know, is this woman going to be a good fit for me to be a helpmate, and is she going to be a great mother to my children if I if she qualified for that, right? And to add on to that even more, you know, uh, this whole divide thing, I think it's bigger than that. I think it's bigger than the whole Africans versus Americans. I think it's in every aspect, and it starts here. It started here in America, and this is what I predict. This is what I'm going to predict here within the next 2 years. So they already got this government shutdown. You know, who knows how long that's going to go on for indefinitely, right? I'm already seeing videos on like TikTok or YouTube Shorts, Facebook, Instagram of how if when it gets around Thanksgiving and these food stamps don't come back on, like these ratchet ass chicks is going to raid Walmart and all these other stores
Hey, you
just to be
crazy,
able to,
boy. You crazy. You said they
bro.
gonna raid Walmart. He's so funny, man. You
I
said
swear,
these
bro.
ratchet chicks gonna raid Walmart. That's gonna be funny as hell, boy.
Man, they so stupid because they online telling themselves, bro, before I hopped on this call, I was on YouTube and I seen a reel, and this chick got in the car and recorded herself and posted it and was like, yeah, she had like this Chanel bag or whatever. Her hair was dead, nail was dead. She was like, yeah, I stole some of this. She brought like several of these canned good items and some stuff out of her purse. She probably stole like over $200 worth of shit or whatever, right? And I'm like, damn. So wait a minute. You mean to tell me you got money to take care of your physical aesthetics, but you don't got enough to be able to put food on the table? That's all cap. That's
But that's the
Capadonna.
greed. That's the greed, brother. It's like, imagine
It's
how much your
greed.
hair and nails cost per month. And for them to say they have no money is crazy. But it just shows you like the times that we're in this country. Like, I mean, to say that you have no money, but yet your hair costs $400 a
Mm-mm.
month, your nails cost 200, your mani pedi, I don't know, the feet and the hands, and their food. A lot of these chicks, man. I'm gonna be real. I don't know many women that cook these days for real. They eat out damn near every day,
Mm-hmm.
and they drink. Every chick, when you go to their crib, especially in LA, it's a bottle of Don Julio. You know what I'm
Oh
saying? I ain't
God.
complaining. I ain't complaining, baby. Drink your stuff, but I'm like, that's like y'all drink liquor like it's like juice. Like that. I don't even, bro. I swear, I don't even think I see women with juice in their house no more. Like I think I only see Don Julio bottles and like Hennessy. That's it. And they can go through those bottles in
Man,
like 2 days. So for them to say they don't got enough money for food is poor management. And I just believe that's cap, man. I believe it's
that's cap.
cap, and I'm not for them taking away the stamps. I know some people actually really need it. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? But some of the people they misusing the stuff. Real quick, I want to say something because this brother just got in here into the video. What's up? Welcome to the stage, Pan Mula.
Pan mulattoism, man. How y'all doing, fam?
Hey, how you doing? How you doing?
Yo,
Yes.
yo, peace,
So,
man. What it do?
Peace, peace.
did
And
you have
I
thoughts
actually,
on the subject?
yeah, I actually came to speak about the government being shut down over a particular point of contention.
I don't know if he broke up on you guys' end, but he broke up on my end. Can you guys still hear him? Oh shoot! I hope I ain't the one that's broken up. Yo yo! Oh no! Is it my? Can y'all hear me? Yo yo! Can y'all hear me?
I hear you now. I had to refresh my thing. I was like, did it kick me off?
I don't know what happened to Pan Mulatto. Pan is that his name? Anyways, can you hear him?
Nah. I see his thing up here though. I think that's his avatar, the little.
Right, right. Pan Mulatto, you can call back in. Just hit that link. Boom. Okay, cool. It looks like he heard me, so he'll probably call back in. But yeah, can you continue what you were saying, bro? And I'm gonna get him back in.
Yeah. I was just saying that this is what the government is trying to implement here in America. So it's already a great divide anyway between politics and like that whole assassination with old boy with the Kirk dude.
Mm,
It's so funny because they are trying to make it into a race thing. But wait a minute, it was another white person at it. Anyways, but my thing is it's gonna start to where I predict that they're gonna do this within the next 2 years, that they got the government shutdown, cut off benefits. They're already setting the dates back for like applications getting approved for Section 8 and shit like that. So we take that away. If the people really do riot and they start invading some of these stores and shit like that, and massive stealing is on a grand scale, then we want to implement martial law. Trump already initiated and had the National Guard come in to places like Chicago and Memphis and DC and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? To be able to destabilize the whole crime thing and everything like that, which is, which I know why, like the mayors and shit they didn't want the crimes to stop because it's actually a big money grab for them. You know what I'm saying? But if it's going to be another pandemic that's going to happen, you know what I'm
mm,
saying? That's going to be a lot more times worse than the C-19 joint. You feel me? But yeah, bro. So you got government shutdown, you got massive division, you got gender wars. You know what I'm saying? They don't have access to food stamps and housing. And we got another a major like sickness thing coming around, and we're gonna implement the government or the National Guards and places like, bro, they want to. And the new digital IDs that's about to come out, bro. This is all a part of their plan, man. But look,
mm.
if I don't have to be here and I could be in some other country, man, like, hey, my goal is to get away from that shit, bro. Like, it'll
For real.
it'll really reset everything because either one or two things is going to happen. It's going to be mass genocide, or it's going to force us as people to come together, man. You know what I'm saying? Whether you gay, straight, asexual, whether you LGBT, whether you black, white, with a Muslim, Christian, Islamic, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna force it. So either y'all people can get yourself together, you know what I'm saying, and not allow y'all ego and pride to get in the way, bro. Or it's gonna be another section of people who's gonna live off the grid. They're gonna learn how to farm, make their grow their own fruits, vegetables, foods, farm their own cows and chickens and shit like that. You know what I mean? It's gonna be them people that don't need
Right.
internet. I don't need to have no government ID. I got all my necessities right here. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be one of the three, bro. I
Right.
promise you.
No, most definitely. Most definitely. We just got Paul Mulatto Damn.
Pam mulattoism,
Pam
brother.
Mulatto. My bad, brother. All right.
It's
Yeah.
all right.
We just got him back in. I know he wanted to speak on this topic too. So go ahead.
My bad. And I got a phone call, but it'll be brief.
Mm,
I'm noticing that many, not all, maybe not even most, but I see a lot of Black Americans criticizing other Black Americans for being on government welfare. But these same Black Americans won't acknowledge the elephant in the room, which has caused the government shutdown, which is the presence of illegal aliens that Democrats are advocating to allow them to be recipients of these same government welfare benefits. And I think it reflects a lack of self-preservation instincts amongst the masses of Black Americans. Or in other words, these Black Americans don't understand the accumulative effect of mass immigration. They don't understand that, and I'll say this in closing. Too many Black Americans don't understand that as the total number of immigrants increases in the US, the total number of majority Black American cities, towns, counties, and congressional districts is decreasing. So in my estimation, we as Black Americans have to decide, do we want to preserve our communities and create more majority Black American communities for our future generations to inherit? Or do we want to forfeit our communities to foreigners?
mm. So, Willow, what's your thoughts on that? Can y'all hear Willow? Willow, what's your thoughts on that?
I can't hear him.
Okay, maybe he's disconnected or something. Okay. Yeah.
Yo, what about now?
Oh, yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, cool. So I was just saying that uh homie got a really good point as far as, the blacks is enabling that type of behavior. They'd be the same ones criticizing each other about being on benefits, but then when illegal immigrants come in here for them to get health, advocate for them getting health care and all that other shit, yeah, it's oxymoronic. And my thing is when see when you lack knowledge of self and you're not grounded, you know, you're gonna cause a lot of problems for yourself. The perfect analogy is like this. Like, say you're like a hip hop artist or whatever, right? And you want to get it popping. Well, if you ain't created a core audience here in your hometown, because them gonna be the most people that either know you, you know what I'm saying, personally, or know about you, or even went to school with you and shit like that. Them be the ones that support you, even though we have heard of that. If you get popping and you like on some Young Dolph or Nipsey Hussle shit, you in your own neighborhood. Yeah, I understand that aspect. But when you just wanted to get it started from the ground up, if you don't take care of home first and you want to go else out where and let other people outside of your community support you, you know what I'm saying? 9 times out of 9, it ain't gonna really pop off the way that you wanted to pop off. So Black people not lacking identity of self, and we're so gun ho. And this is the part that tripped me out because when I first seen it, when Trump got elected and he was implementing a whole bunch of executive orders and he was calling for ICE, this comments that I was reading on social media mainly came from Black women, and I'm like, how can y'all be so like gun ho for people who are here illegally? Talking about no, they should be here and y'all should give them a fair chance. Like, no, what are you talking about, man? Like, and I think that's evil. I think that that's evil within itself. But going back to that, what homie said, bro, like it's not just the Democrats, it's the liberals. We've allowed ourselves to feed into the lie. And for I think that electing and voting is a lot more effective on a local level with like your cities and towns than it does on a national level. Think about it. Why in the hell, as us, as the elite people who control the banking systems and everything else, why will we give you, the people, the power in hand to be able to elect or whoever has a say so of who comes into office? Man, if that ain't the biggest scheme, the most biggest lie ever invented, like the people are stupid. Why would y'all want to be able to include yourselves into that, knowing good and well the government does not have your best interest at heart? And this right here is a prime example for that. How much more do y'all need, man?
Do we need to poison the food supply even more? Poison the water supply even more? It doesn't matter, man. A lot of people are just following sheep, or just sheeple, and they really cannot think for themselves, man. It's really sad.
And to add to what the brother just said, unfortunately, too many of us bought into the black and brown coalition myth, and we really believe that these other ethnicities came to the U.S. to team up with us. What we don't realize is, no, these other ethnicities came to the U.S. to work for the white man, if we're being honest. Or at the bare minimum, they came over to the U.S. to at least take part of the U.S. for themselves. Or in other words, they make a Chinatown. They don't make a black and brown town. They make a Koreatown, a little Mexico. They don't make a black and brown town. So
Mm-hmm.
we have to get away from thinking that they are here to team up with us, because if we're honest, you can name the countries that the immigrants come from: Mexico, even African countries, Nigeria, Somalia, etc., even Jamaica. They
Mm-hmm.
have not welcomed us in and allowed us to become the majority in any of their cities, but we
Right.
have welcomed them into our country and let them outnumber us in the biggest city in the U.S., New York. Matter of fact, New York don't have any majority Black American communities. Miami doesn't either. So
Mm-hmm.
we have to stop. We have to practice self-preservation. Just to sum it all up.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Absolutely. But you know what though? I wanted to say this even more. That just shows the actual true nature of us melanated black people globally. You see, we're more of a peaceful people than a divide and conquer and a warlike people. So when you got false statements being thrown around like black people are the biggest enemy and they're a threat and we're this violent, no, the fuck we're not. Not compared to y'all heathens, because white people been on this whole war shit. Not all of them, but a lot of them have been on this whole have been warmongers since the beginning of time, man. Since they was even here alive on this earth, man. For y'all to be able to damn near conquer 99% of the world and colonize it tells you what. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. So when you got the white people that advocate, or they put things in legislate laws in order for, you know, immigrants to come here, I think it's a lot has to do with like our actual nature as people, because we're so peaceful and welcoming that we don't know the damage that it can really do to us, and hinder us, because we are the prime example of putting others first before our own. And that's the one thing that we need to obtain. And we need to actually be a lot more strategic and smarter about that, because every other community does it, every other race that does it. I commend them. I commend the white people looking out for each other. You know, the J people, which is crazy. You can't even say that word without something getting going flagging off. The Indians, the Asians, the Latino people, you know what I'm saying? They all do for self, but we just seem to be the only ones that just still don't get it. It baffles my mind,
Yeah,
man.
you're right. And to be honest, and because I just missed another phone call, but I do want to say this before I drop down. And thank you two brothers for the dialogue, and thanks for having me up. But I do want
Yeah.
to say this: the term xenophobic and the term racist is weaponized against us when we practice self-preservation. Just look at the ADOS and NBA
Mm,
movement. When we hear that
mm.
term, oh, you're racist, you're xenophobic, something in us says, oh, I can't be racist, I can't be xenophobic. I have to be all lives matter. I have to put everyone before myself. No, that doesn't make you xenophobic for practicing self-preservation. But thanks for having me up, and much love to y'all. And I'm subscribed to the page, so I'll be around.
All right, most def.
Peace.
Appreciate it, brother. Yep. Y'all can call into the show. Y'all can call in. All right, call into the show. But yeah, man. You know, what's your thoughts on this? Because I'm curious what you would think.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Trump, he let me go ahead and put this picture back up real quick. Boom. There we go. Uh Excuse me, guys, if sometimes I'm stuttering or I'm kind of messing up a little bit on the live stream. This live stream stuff is a lot of different components that's very new to me. So excuse me sometimes if the professionalism isn't as organized or as structured as I'd like it. I know some of you guys might be enjoying the content, but me, I like it more organized. But my question to you is when it pertains to Trump, right, and immigrants, you know, he allowed a bunch of South Africans to come into America, and I
Mm-hmm.
found very, very interesting because he seems to be against, you know, immigration unless it benefits him in his pockets. So,
Hmm.
what's your thoughts on that? Because how can you allow a bunch of South Africans to come into America, calling it a mass genocide, when you don't give that to other people in other countries when they're actually going through a real mass genocide? Because when you look up the numbers in South Africa, it said they were not getting just picked up and just thrown out and offed and stuff. That's not happening. Now in Sudan, completely different story. In certain countries in, other parts of the world, it's a completely different story. So why do you think Trump is okay with South American immigrants and the White House and everybody didn't have an issue with the South American immigrants, but other immigrants from other countries, they said, oh, that's a big issue. Why do you think that is?
You said whites in South America or whites in South Africa?
My bad. I meant to say South Africa. If I said South America, that was wrong. I meant to say
Okay.
South Africans. Yeah. He let a bunch of South Africans in to America. But why did he let them in if he has an issue with people, coming to the country? He doesn't want no more immigrants.
Like I said, man, it goes back to my point. People in power and people who can move the goalposts and people who can be the author. If I can be the author of your own thought, then I control your whole reality matrix. So of course he's going to look out for his own, even though whether he knows them or not, it doesn't matter. These motherfuckers could be ex-convicts, they could be grapers, they could have a really checkered past and everything. It doesn't matter to him. He's like, you know what? And then I think it's a money grab too. Not sure what kind, but it's all for the self-preservation, man. Sprinkled with a little bit of propaganda too, because I don't believe shit all the media says.
Look at More Fortune said Trump is okay, those particular immigrants, because they're not a burden to the government. You know what's crazy? One of the South African dudes, I heard a report that the dude was beating his wife and his children or something like that. So, you're saying that those particular immigrants from South Africa are not a burden. I don't know if that's really true. I think they was also, and even the studies, and not the studies, excuse me, the news hadn't even reported on South Africans just finding random, white South Africans and getting rid of them and stuff like that. Even I talk to a lot of South Africans daily. They didn't say anything like that was going on. They said, one thing they did tell me in South Africa, they said one thing that we can see is that they have white South African only towns. That's what they told me. And they said they will get rid of you if you're a black South African. But see, it's interesting, because those black South Africans didn't get a free immigration to America. So I found that very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. But let's get on to some of these topics too, because this is some important topics, guys. So we have is the African diaspora over? We have, should black people get reparations? Are Africans jealous of black Americans? Should Africans be allowed into America? Because we have a story from remember that brick lady? She recently got put in jail. She'll be in jail for quite some time, and she's an immigrant, I believe, and she came over and she was very disrespectful to black Americans. She said a lot of messed up stuff that, oh, these black Americans, they'll just watch you get beat. Allegedly, this is all the stuff that she was saying, right? And I saw some of her videos that was, this is why, black Americans, they don't defend black women, all this blah blah blah. So I saw a lot of FBAs was like, hell no, man, we don't need to have these African immigrants, trying to come over here, into America, because if this how they be acting, trying to disassociate and not acknowledge what black people have accomplished and paved the way, and they want to be completely different and exit out of everything and talk about those black people in America, they're from the ghetto, then it's not for us. So these are the topics that we have today. So feel free to call in. It looks like we have a good, decent sized audience. So, that's really good to see. But yeah, definitely call into the show and check out the exclusive Patreon, okay? Patreon.com/traveltriberaw. You guys can get my exclusive content when I travel around the world. You guys can see me doing my podcast with the ladies, and just me in the culture, interacting with the local people, enjoying the amazing food. I really want to get into doing more mukbangs because, guys, I'm a big foodie, man. I really like to eat, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I be eating food, bro. Like I be going crazy on food, bro. Foreign country food. It's just I swear I'm not a like very soft emotional dude, but I swear I feel like they make this food with real love, y'all. Like it almost make you want to cry. And I don't know if that's because the food actually tastes real in foreign countries. But anyways, we got so many videos on the Patreon, man. I got a financial freedom masterclass as well, where you guys can learn how to get out the country and travel, very quick, with little to no money. Okay, I have the quickest way to making you legal money so that you can leave as fast as possible. And I also have, videos there that explain how to get land and how to, leave for the rest of your life. So basically, the whole course is just about you as a man living the life that you were meant to live. Because in the West, I don't believe a lot of us are living the life that we're meant to live. So it explains how to navigate getting women, explains how to navigate, getting legitimate housing or legitimate land, how to make good connections, and just so much more. So, definitely take advantage of that. That's on the Patreon. Okay, guys. So we have somebody named Mr. No. He just joined. Mr. Know It All just joined. Okay, I guess he's in the studio, but he just joined. Okay. What's good, Willow? So yeah, did you want to touch on any of these other topics? I don't know what happened, by the way. It just you just disconnected, so I don't know.
Yeah, I just got a phone call, man. So if
Oh, okay.
you could just rehash real quick what you were
Yeah,
saying.
I was just saying some topics that we have on the agenda for today. We got,
Mhm.
the growing topic of African diaspora versus the FBA. We have, a white guy actually called in. I think he gave us enough information on if Black people should get reparations. He was surprisingly very for Black people getting reparations and super against white people, saying that Black people shouldn't get reparations. I told him, I said, that's very rare. We need more brothers like that because, man, it's serious. That's stolen money, and then they're throwing Black men in jail, and it's like, how can you throw them in jail for doing crazy criminal things? It's not their fault. You're stealing from them, so they stole from you, and it's just kind of weird. So we touched on that. That was a good conversation. Is the
Mhm.
African diaspora over? I think we talked about that. Good, but then I don't know if you heard about this too. This might be a good topic. Should
Mhm.
Africans be allowed into America? Because remember this brick lady, she just got sentenced to jail.
Mhm. Yeah, seen that.
Yeah. So she just got sentenced to jail because she's, and you remember how bad it was. Remember, like, and
Mhm.
it's crazy. Any little lie or anything Black women say in America, that's going to affect a lot of Black men,
Mhm.
and this woman, she posed as a Black American FBA woman saying that, oh, these Black men, they beat me and all this stuff. And, us Black dudes, we had to take the issues, ladies we talking to in America, they looking at us like, you know what? You Black men, you guys just disgust me. And we're thinking to ourselves, it's not me that did it. I ain't do nothing to you. Uh-oh. Look like he dropped again. All right, let's bring him back in.
Yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
what that was about. But
No,
yeah,
it's all good. Mhm.
that story was crazy because I think she like Somalian or something.
Yeah, exactly.
So wait, was she born in America, or is she just had Somalian heritage, or is she a foreigner and she came here like later?
I'm not too sure, but I definitely know that she, has Somalian parents, and sometimes, the argument for FBA versus African diaspora is basically like, you know, um, your parents, even if you are raised in America as an African, your parents will tell you that these Black people, you stay far away from them. They're the enemy, et cetera, et cetera.
Right, right.
That's that one too.
Oh man, hey, I want to say that regardless of whether she's native to American soil or not, the fact that she got hemmed up and got sentenced, and I think she got like 10 years probation or some shit like that. Like, hey man, good for them. Good for them. I'm glad that she got made an example of, and many more examples need to start happening like that, because like America, by it being a capitalistic society, they make there's so much money in the dysfunction of black women, and when they and like the whole child support system, and vagina money is what I call it, that why in the world would they ever stop this shit? It's a complete money grab. You know what I'm saying? But the fact that it's something actually happened to her, I'm glad. Now as far as the should black should we be okay with, you said black Africans, should we be okay with black African immigrants coming to America? I would say yes or no. I mean, America's already a fucking melting pot anyway, you know. But my thing is, they need to crack down and do like serious backgrounds and vetting, just like how they're really serious about like that whole, if an American brings a foreign woman back here to America, that they got to go through a tough vetting process and everything. I think something like that needs to happen when it comes to immigrants coming here. You know what I'm saying? I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Now, in every nation, in every town and city, you are going to have dysfunctional, debaucherous people. You can't get away from it. But I think they should. I think they should have every equal opportunity. Now, my thing is, don't get it twisted. I don't think that other companies or countries should operate the same way that America does. Like, we shouldn't adopt certain other countries shouldn't adopt the way America does things, because they all got their own cultures and way of doing things. Like, we shouldn't implement it based off of, you know what I'm saying? It should be like a really good reason why. But yeah, I think they should be granted the same fair opportunity that everyone else does.
That's a good point. And let me ask you this: when it comes to Black Americans, right? Do you think the goal should be stay, fight for the reparations, or do you think it should be no, get out, get your land, and go to a foreign country and just live out the rest of your days, and live in more peace? Because there's a benefit to both, but which one do you think is better?
Okay. You know what? You answered your own question. I think that is the reparations. I think black people getting the fuck out of America and establishing a new life somewhere else in the second world, or third world, or developing country is the reparations. Why? Because our dollar stretches a whole lot further. With the land is a lot cheaper. We don't get property taxed. The food is better. The water is better. The culture is better. Overall way of life is better. Those are the reparations. I just don't think that black people should be given it. I don't think, because the average, bro, I honestly believe, this is my opinion. It's a factual opinion. I think that there are more dysfunctional, troubled, broken, fucked up black Americans more than it is upstanding, morally upright people, black people in America. You know what I'm saying? And the media does a very good job of making that believable. I just think that it's just that they outnumber the good blacks in America. You know what I'm saying? So if they was to give reparations in the form of like cash or whatever shit like that, man, the average black American will fuck it up, bro. They will fuck it up, man. And I don't think that they should be giving it. Get y'all fucking asses up. As creative as we are, we should already have our own Black Wall Street and everything like that. And you would have to have a group of people who just have to be moving in silence. You don't have to, and that's another thing, because y'all so thirsty for attention that they want to post everything online. No. Like the one dude who was it was two different guys. One had went viral for making a vehicle. He turned water into gasoline and was able to use that to fuel his car. And another guy, I think they was both African, or either one was African and one was FBA. But either way, the other guy, he had did something with like some of the elements and shit, and he was able to make like gas or something like that, man. So you got two instances of
these geniuses, these black men, young black men who is innovative enough. That's the type of shit where you don't post. You don't go online. You don't make it to where the majority of the people know about this shit. You should already be able to create these communities that move in silent, and then once y'all are able to vet people out, and you either can tell who's a part of this community based on like their acts, like how they carry themselves and shit like that. Then you bring ingenuity and science and shit like that to the forefront. We're not outnumbered. We're just out organized, man. And that's been our problem for a very long time.
So do you think the real reparations is black people having the freedom? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, the freedom to be able to travel and to be able to set up shop, because the people in the military and shit like that, they've been doing it. It's just that it wasn't highlighted. It was just one of those things that was back in the day before the internet and shit was popular, that guys knew because you was a part of that group, or you just was asked out. You know what I'm saying? Like, and to the people that never know, that never knew about it, then leave it up to the next generation to be able to bring light to the forefront. So I think that yes, our actual reparations does come in the form of being free and being able.
That's interesting, because this white guy, he had called in earlier. Let me not keep referring to him as that white guy, but it's hard to remember everybody's name. But his name is and he called in earlier and he said that black people definitely deserve reparations and they need the reparations. He was very adamant on black people getting the reparations. But you, as a black American, you're saying black people shouldn't get the reparations, though. They should just leave to foreign countries and just live out their life there.
Yeah, man, develop a skill or something, a business online. You know what I'm saying? Make your profits. Because if I make $1,000 a week here in America, depending on where I live, I may be able to have a little bit of money to just like a disposable income. If I live in places like New York or LA and shit, $1,000 a week, man, houses out there, the rent is $3,000-$4,000 a month. You know what I'm saying? But taking that and going to places like Ghana or Kenya or South Africa, or wherever, I think that is in a form of I think that in that form is a form of reparations. And just how everybody.
Let me have Mr. Know It give his thoughts, because he just came into the video.
Yeah, everybody is not a business owner, so you can't expect 50 million Black Americans to own a business. Like that's not even realistic.
Are you responding back to Hello?
Yeah, he said that Black Americans should start a business and move out of the country. It's unrealistic for 50 million Black Americans to start a business and all of them be successful enough for them to move out of the country. I mean, that's not even based in reality.
But that's my whole point, though. That is the point. Just how I don't believe every single black person should get reparations is the same thing that black people cannot create a online business off the ground and be able to live overseas. Not everybody can do it. Therefore, everybody shouldn't get reparations.
No. If I believe if your family goes back to the U.S. chattel slavery in the United States, you should get reparations from the United States government.
Let me ask you this: do you or anyone in your family have they been a part of slavery, chattel slavery, or pick cotton?
You mean like dead too? Dead and or
No,
alive?
both.
Have anybody in my family ever had to pick cotton? Yes.
Did you know them personally?
No, I didn't.
Okay. So it
Okay,
doesn't
what?
apply. It doesn't apply to this generation.
So let me
What
say,
doesn't
right?
apply?
This is just
What doesn't apply?
I like you guys. Hold on 1 second, 1 second. I'm echoing on somebody. Somebody mute their mic, okay? Actually, both people just mute your mic for me. Yeah, can't. Okay, it's still echoing. Okay, that's good. That's good. All right. So just real quick, because I think we have some good dialogue going on right now. But so Willow, what I'm understanding from you is that you believe since black people, they haven't exactly met their ancestors that was enslaved. That means that they don't exactly need those reparations. And it sounds like Mr. Nice, which is the other guy, he's mentioning that no, that reparations is needed because you know this is something that was promised to us. So let me just throw in here just to keep the conversation running. you know so let's say somebody back in the day, they do something to you, like somebody breaks your leg, right? They break your leg, right, Willow? And this was so many years ago, right? So many years ago. But in the courtroom, since you can't really fully walk, you can still walk, but you can't 100% walk. You walk with a limp, and your whole way of living is a bit not where it should be, right? Because you're slacking and you're moving a little bit crippled, right? You're a cripple. So, you know, the court had said that that guy that broke your leg many, many, many years ago, they said that you're going to um let me gain my thoughts, guys. Let me gain my thoughts. That court said you deserve that money. You deserve that money. Mind you, Willow, you have the offspring, right? This whole time you have a child. Okay. So your way of living messed up since you're now crippled, that messed up your entire football career. That messed up, your life. You were supposed to be, getting paid that big money. But that messed up your whole entire life, and that affected your offspring. That affected your legacy, your child. So are you saying that you don't believe that years later, that even though your child wasn't the one that got crippled by this man, that your child doesn't deserve some compensation from that man? Because he's still around. Let's say, God forbid, bro, you're not around. You know what I'm saying? This is a crazy face scenario. You're not around. Do you not believe that your child deserves something from that? My bad, y'all, if that was long over explained and shit. But hopefully that was clear enough for some people to understand. So you guys can come back on. I'm just curious, just throwing that out there.
No, that's I like that the way that you preface that question, and I can hear an echo too. It may be one of
Yeah.
you guys said.
Uh, um, Mr. Nice, can you mute your mic just while people are speaking? So, okay, go ahead, Willow, and then Mr. Mike can respond back to you after that. Mr. Nice can respond after.
Okay, cool. That's much better. See, this is where the waters get a little muddy. I used to think that black people were owed reparations and that we should be able to receive them, right? And even with that question that you pose, right? Man, I, yes and no, but I got an even bigger question. Let's just say the reparations were owed and given to, which would be in the tens of trillions of dollars to be dispersed out to black people in America for the shit that our forefathers went through. Okay, then what? What's next? And not only what's next, realistically, because we're such an unorganized people, what would really happen? How would we make things happen better? Because it's not a money issue, it's a mental issue. So the money ain't gonna really help us. So let's say it to you. I yield the floor.
That was
Mr.
to
Nice.
me.
Yep, yep.
Well, it doesn't matter what we do with the money. It's our money. You get what I'm saying? Like, some people are gonna start business with it. Some people are gonna go out and buy Lamborghinis. Some people are gonna invest in real estate. Some people are gonna invest to the stock market. Some people are gonna smoke the money up. It doesn't matter. It's our money. They didn't ask nobody else what they were gonna do with their reparations when they received them. But when it comes to us, they want to study. They want to know what we're going to do with the money. It doesn't matter what we do with the money. A large portion of us are going to do the right thing, and it's going to be some that's going to do the wrong thing. That's with any group. But that doesn't mean we don't supposed to get it.
Do you yield the
And
floor?
on top of that, like you were saying, those reparations are for years of neglect and torture and whatever. So it's like if my great great granddad was able to keep his land and prosper and pass it down to my father and then pass it down to me, right now that would be big in the black community if all black Americans was able to keep land and homes and stores and whatever it was that we had. If we still had it today, we wouldn't need reparations. We would probably be we'd probably be neck and neck with the white man.
Mm.
Let me ask you this. Why is it that us as black people that have never experienced slavery in that form, why are we still hooked on this thing that's decades later? And we got more.
Because
Hold on, hold on. Wait,
because
I got another question after that.
Yeah,
Based on
let's let Willow continue, and then we'll get Mr. Nice after.
and why are we still hooked on something that happened decades ago when we live in a time where there are more self-made millionaires that black people are able to position themselves in? Why are we still hooked up on this thing? And then expect people that don't even really look at us as humans to get something from this when they never going to give it to us. Like, wow, like why can't we just move on? We're still stuck in the past.
we're not stuck in the past, it's present. Because what happened yesterday affects today. You can't say that if you give a people a 400-year head start and then you just tell another people, okay, now go. It's not even a fair race. You acting like it's a fair race. You talking to me like it's fair. Even if we did have all the opportunities today, it's still not fair.
Fair to who?
To us,
No, I
to
mean
black
like
Americans. It's not fair to black Americans because
so.
we're just you trying to tell us to go ahead and build y'all foundation when we supposed to have a whole skyscraper built by now.
Do you yield the floor?
I yield the floor.
Okay. Let's say that. Oh no, let me just go right into it. Mr. Nice, I think you got to mute your mic because I can barely hear myself because I'm hearing like the echo. Thank you, sir. I was going to say that because us as Black Americans that we're the most creative, we are the original people. We have things that belong to us spiritually and scientifically. I think because that we live in a capitalistic society, we're hung up on something that happened to us, that happened to our forefathers, that doesn't affect us today, right? And one of the things that if we keep on focusing on the things that's obsolete, how can we be able to move forward with this? It's not really a money thing though. We have so many opportunities to make that bread. Like, okay, let's say that you started a business, right, Mr. Nice, and you everything was going really, really, really well. And let's say let's say your first year, let's say you profited after taxes. Let's say you did like 1.5 million. And you can see the pattern. Hey, as long as I stick to this blueprint and I don't deviate from it, and I just repeat this pattern, that I'm going to get gross sales, or I'm going to profit this much. And you could break it down to the daily, the weekly, the monthly, the quarterly, so forth and so on. And you don't deviate from that. And you consistently make 1.5, 1.7, 2 million, a little under 2 million, between 1.5 and $2 million every single year. Would you give a fuck about some reparations? I yield the floor.
Yes, I would, because it's a debt that's old. Yes, I would care, because that 1.5, I supposed to been already had 2.5 before I even made my 1.5, is what I'm trying to tell you. we're behind, not of our own doing. You trying to make me start a race when the race started yesterday. Like, no, I want to be able to go and run up where everybody else is, like where I'm supposed to be. Black Americans are artificially at the bottom in America. It's not our real position, because our real position is supposed to be at the top right now. All the stuff we had, Black Wall Street, Seneca Village, what's the lake called? Whatever it is, all the black towns and all the things we had thriving, grocery stores, doctor offices. If we still had that today, we probably would be bigger than what this probably would be our country. We would be buying politicians. And you trying to make me start now from here? No, I want where I'm supposed to be. I yield the floor.
Okay.
And one
I
second,
wanted
we have Randall joining now. Randall, he just joined right now, and he's actually a white guy, right? And it's interesting because Willow, you're Black American, right? Or are you?
to
Okay, so you're full Black American, right?
Native American.
Okay, Native American. So you did your ancestry and stuff.
Yep.
Okay. So full Native American. You're not like Let me see. How do I put this? You don't have any roots in Africa at all?
So on my mother's side, it's Native American. On my father's side, it's Caribbean. So Dominican and Haitian.
Okay.
There
I
it
know
is.
this is something Tariq will ask. Did your Caribbean side say anything about Black people not deserving reparations?
Did they say anything about them not? No,
Yeah,
because I never had.
deserving reparations.
So that's a good question, because for one, I never asked that question, and for two, I haven't associated with my father's side of the family probably since like when I say for at least like 15, 20 years. So I don't know. On my mother's side, we still talk and everything like that. So I have more of a better relationship with that side of the family. But I mean, even still, these conversations don't really come up because people are really kind of past that shit. But I
But the
wanted
Native
to.
Americans get reparations, though.
What's that?
The Native Americans have received their reparations, though.
Yeah, but as far as it being a topic of conversation, nobody in our family like really talks about it that much. You know what I'm saying? If when it did happen, this was like when my grandparents was alive. So we're talking like 20 plus years ago. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't have had any knowledge about it. But I did want to address what the Randall guy said as far as it being like it being justice.
Yeah, that's
Let me
so.
let
You
me
can trust. So
let
you
me
can you hold on. Can we get Randall to speak real quick, and then we'll go right back to you, then to Mr. Nice. Let's just get Randall
Yeah,
to
what
do
up?
like quick, why he's coming on, because this is a white guy, by the way. So let's hear him.
Oh no, yeah, you just asked me to. I can call back in, so I did because of a couple of my comments I had. You told me to call back in, so I don't have any problem with that.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to hear, because you're for Black people getting reparations, but Willow, he's against Black people getting reparations.
Mm,
So I
Man,
just hear,
is it dead old?
yeah, go ahead.
Is it, is it dead old? If white people would have did the right thing from the beginning, like I said earlier, see my man, we had this conversation earlier. If white people would have did the right thing from the beginning, then we wouldn't be in this situation. America people wouldn't be in this situation now. And that's just
Mm.
what it is.
So you
So
believe it's
the
dead
dead
old?
old is what it is. Everybody else got their debt paid. Now
Right.
the Black Americans can't. And then they try to steal the land by paper genocide. You said you're a native, I mean that was cool. But there's a lot of black Indians here. When the Africans came over here, they blended them all in as African because it was all the same color. You cannot reclassify two people that they don't look alike. So they try
Mm.
to steal the land through trickery. Through paper genocide, they try to steal the land like that.
Okay, so Willow, how do you feel about what he just said? Because I mean, he made a great point. The Native Americans got their reparations, everybody else got their reparations, so why are you against black people getting theirs?
So he mentioned something about justice, right? So it's about justice, which I agree. Because on paper, for the record, yes, they do owe us reparations. That's just like me. If I get drafted into the NBA and I sign this $30 million contract for 5 years, and in the clause it has this, that, and the third, but if you violate, then we're not going to give it to you. But if you stay consistent with this and you don't void the contract, then this 30 million is guaranteed to you. And let's just say I do something that wasn't in the contract and I don't get my 30 million. By definition and on paper, I'm still owed that fucking 30 million, but because y'all try to slip the rug from up under me and make an example out of me, y'all don't want to pay my money. Okay, I get that aspect of it. Hold on, y'all. My bad. I had a phone call coming. I had to ignore it. So I get that aspect of it. Now, the reason why I say that we don't need reparations is because truly the powers that be know something more about us, the elite people who basically constructed this whole situation. They know more about the power that we have than we know about our own selves. Why is it that we're the only group of people worldwide that are marginalized and put basically, we need you to climb a tree and be handcuffed behind your back. And you can use your mouth to climb the branches, you can use your legs, you know what I'm saying, and this, that, and the third. Obviously, they know something that's so great about us that they're fearful and frightened and scared to fucking death for us to come up on top. No, we need to keep y'all down with this big ass motherfucking pole. We cannot let y'all cross a certain threshold unless we got like a couple house niggas and shit like that. They're doing this for a reason. You don't think that they don't know our actual power? So for them to just give us reparations is basically like that kid who you're raising that son and you need for him to excel in school and everything like that. And when he doesn't, you put him on punishment. But you try to bribe him with like rewarding him with video game time and PlayStation and shit like that. At a certain point, he's going to be able to notice, like, hey, wait a minute, you're not really disciplining me. You're basically giving me, you know what I'm saying, like a cookie for doing this shit. But it doesn't come from a place. It doesn't come from a place of being genuine. And I'm gonna land my plane here. They know our power is so great because we've invented a lot of shit. We've done a lot more when it came to building America up, that they didn't have to do a fraction of the work. So we need to keep y'all niggas down because we know what y'all can really do. And until that we actually, as a collective, have that knowledge of self and we work together, you know what I'm saying? We don't need that shit, bro. We really don't. Imagine if all of us just stopped working as a collective across America. We just stopped going to our day jobs and we were just like, you know what? Street by street, neighborhood by neighborhood, we're going to collectively come together and we're going to rebuild another Black Wall Street and shit like that. We would collapse the whole system, bro. We don't need that shit. We really don't. That's all I got to say.
It's not about a need. It's just, I think it might help a little bit with the race relations, maybe a little bit with some. Because I think some of it, that's a lot of the issue. It's because America don't want to hold themselves accountable for the things they have done. They're trying to just wait it out, hoping it go away. And I don't, and a person got to pay their debt. It's just what it is. Everybody else got paid. And I think, my personal opinion, keep your foot on their neck and until they do what's right, because they did everybody else right. Why everybody else got to be doing right, but Black Americans can't be done right.
Right. So let's get Mr. Nice. Let me hear Mr. Nice real quick.
And then when the Native Americans got their reparations, the American government didn't have the American public vote on it. when the other people got their reparations, the American people did not have the American government did not have the American people vote on it. The American people never votes on who get reparations. So we don't care how the American public feel. If every white person in America that's not in government says they don't want us to get reparations, it doesn't matter, because the government don't ask the public when it's time to pay reparations. So for people to come on here and say and try to tell us what we gonna get and what we not gonna get, it's not up to you, because the government is not going to even question you when the time comes. So it doesn't. It's like in the civil rights, most of America didn't want us out of slavery. Most of America didn't want us to have civil rights. Most of America didn't want us to have voting rights. The American government did not ask the public when it was time for us to get civil rights. The American government did not ask the public when it was time for us to get voting rights. The American government didn't ask the public nothing. So for people to come on here and act like their say so or anything like that has to do anything with our reparations, it doesn't, because the government does not ask the American public when it's time to pay reparation. I yield the floor.
Okay, I got
And
a
real
question.
quick, let's keep everybody's response to like 1 minute just so everybody can get a good chance. But real quick, I think it's two real important questions I have for you, Willow. So one, you're saying that Black people shouldn't get the reparations because we really don't need it, but Black people do need those reparations, at least, to get their infrastructure back together. We see how the hood is, to get these businesses up and running so that they can have the money to travel. So I'm just curious if you can really just pinpoint it. Why do you believe Black people shouldn't get reparations? Like, because Native Americans got it. And that brings me to my second question. If Native Americans got it, why shouldn't Black people get it? So it's a two-part question.
I got you. And I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for someone to ask this. I got one. I got one even better. The day that we get so-called quote unquote reparations is the day that we as a collective can actually work together with no division between us. The day that we do that, then we'll be owed it. But since they know that we can't and we won't, they won't give it to us because we still bicker amongst the most insignificant, obsolete, stupidest shit. But until we can get around that fuck shit and actually work together, then and only then we can actually pull something together.
Mr. Nice, can you mute your mic?
Can I say one thing?
Oh, yeah.
It's one sentence. I believe in my heart of hearts that Black Americans are the most united group of people on the planet Earth. And I yield the mic.
Bro, that's impossible. And I say that because, nigga, we got gender wars amongst each other. I've never seen on the internet where any other country has these podcasts and these women who fucking put up these damn posts and TikTok videos and reels and shit about how about men and women are so divided amongst each other that I never hear on any other podcast from any other nations talking about Black women need to do this, Black man need to do that. There's where's the foreign equivalent of a Kevin Samuels at? There is none. So that just goes to show you that we are divided. So I don't know what you're talking about.
So just to quickly respond,
Okay.
right?
Look.
Let me say this real quick. So, Willow, when you say that Black people, if they get the money, they still won't be divided. I mean, they still won't be together. They'll still be divided. I mean, we do understand that the reason Black people are not divided right now is because of the fact that they don't have the means to actually be united, right? Like, I mean, when you have people that are so stressed, on how they're going to live a decent life, this causes a lot of people to have odds with each other. We wouldn't have these Black females really putting Black men on child support and all this stuff if they actually had money. You know what I'm saying? It's really one of those things, just like how we looked at African women. We look at African women, we say, well, we know why they're doing these things that we wouldn't advocate for, like selling themselves and doing this BS and being in the streets, doing all that. But we look at the Black woman and say, oh, she's just like this for no reason. A lot of times, and I'm not saying this is, a good reason for them doing it, but I'm saying a lot of this really stems, a lot of the dysfunctionality in the black community, whether it's black men going to jail, whether it's black women making poor decisions, it comes from lack of funds already. So if you give black people the funds, I believe there will be a decrease in black people going to jail and a decrease of black females making certain decisions. But what's
So here's my retort to that. Are you a firm believer of how you start is how you finish? Do you believe in that?
no?
You don't?
What?
So let me give you an example. So let's say if I pull up to a shorty, right? And I lead with my wallet. And let's say, we get the date in and we're out fucking around for like a couple of months and shit like that. And let's say that I end up losing my money and I'm going broke. You don't think that woman gonna leave me because of how I started off trying to get her attention?
No, not always, brother, because there's
We're
situations
talking about
where
in general though.
I, okay, well, majority of the time, yeah, you'll probably leave off with the woman just mad because you ran out of money. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I'm talking about. This, like, there's no such thing as an absolute in any type of debate or any argument. You do have outliers, but I'm talking about for the grand majority, if it's 70, 30, 80, 20, whatever, that's generally how it works. So I'm a firm proponent that if we just if our money was just dispersed in our bank accounts and every black person who was 18 or older and they woke up and they had a bank account and they had over $10 million in their account and shit like that, will it even bring us together and everything? Like, no, because how you start is how you finish. We're not organized and we're not together now on a grand scale. So because of us, we live in this old individualism type of attitude. It's either gonna exacerbate that or it's gonna stay stationary. Now you will have, you know, a few of us here and there that may be really organized and pull our families tight together. But for the most part, bro, we are broken people, man. We don't. A lot of us don't even have the mental capacity to even think like that, let alone the financial literacy to keep the money.
But you said black people was geniuses earlier.
I said about those. I mentioned those two guys, the two men who was able to make gasoline, one out of water and then one from like another component. That's where I mentioned genius at.
But I'm saying, don't you think that the dysfunctionality from the black community mainly comes from a lack of resources? I mean, why would you even be mad? I
No,
just don't even see, I don't see black people saying I still need to rob and go to jail if they have enough money. I don't see black women saying that, oh, you know what, this dude got some money, let me go ahead and I think this would set a lot of people straight, brother. I'm just being real. I think black people getting this money, I truly believe this. Black people getting this money would have less black men wouldn't be going to jail, which is already a problem because they do free labor in jails, basically slave labor. So we
hmm
kind of need them to fill up the jails if we ever going, you know, have this is how white society thinks, or the billionaire society. Let me not even say white society, just billionaire society. They free money, free slave labor. But I'm looking
hmm
at it like a lot of black men wouldn't go to jail no more. A lot of black women would say, you know what? I think black women would start actually putting in certain things to just appreciate their real hair and just spite all white women. All that little blonde hair and stuff. I think they'd be like, haha, now I got money. Now we can pay for our own thing. We don't have to go to your jobs no more and wear your damn blonde wig. We can do what we want to do with our hair. This whole thing has just been an act anyways. We really don't even like acting. I think there could be a lot of good with them reparations. I'm just trying to understand how it could not be good because if you're against the reparation, it just doesn't make sense how money fixes a lot of problems. Like you said, in Africa, the ladies do all this stuff is for money. Just like in America, the reason black people have so much dysfunctionality is for money too. So I don't see how the money wouldn't fix the problem. Like I'm
But
just
is it
trying to
really
really get it.
though? Is it really the money? Because
Yeah.
we're in the top 10 in America, or even lower than 10 that gross the amount of money annually collectively. And women swear up and down that they don't got no money, but somehow you got money to buy weave, lashes, nails, get your hair did, and spend all this amounts of money. So is it really a money issue, or is it that we just don't have the education behind it? You know what
No,
I'm
it's
saying? Because
it's a mix. It's a mix, but just like this, how I see it, right? This how I see it. You have a black man that has money. now there's a lot of foolishness in this community, bro. Like, let's keep it a bean. Black people got a lot of foolishness, but the truth is, there's also a lot of good black men that are smart. And I can guarantee you, give a lot of these black men 10 million, they're going to know how to come together. I already see it in the streets already, but they don't have enough funding. So let's say, right, all this goofy behavior. Can somebody mute their mic? Is too much plastic. I can't, you know. Uh, let's say right now you get a black man, you give him that $10 million, he opens up a school with $1 million. He goes ahead and teaches those kids. We got people from Nation of Islam, people from Black Hebrews. There's certain people and groups that will form that would get things done, strategically organized. And I believe this is a huge reason they probably won't ever give the reparations, because they see it as, damn, if we do give them the money, they're not dumb enough yet. We got to take more years of pushing the reparations talk out of the schools and stop talking about slavery, get it out. And, before we can even start talking about things like this, because it's too organized still. Black people still too organized. Right now, we got black people on this live stream having an intelligent conversation. It's still too organized, So yeah, if you give black people $10 million, each black person 10 million, that takes away a lot of problems, a lot of dysfunction, a lot of problems. But yeah, I'm gonna let Mr. Nice and then I'm gonna let Randall speak afterwards.
Yes, what I'm finna say is we will work together, because black Americans are more united than white Americans in this country right now. You see all the protests they doing in the streets. They are so divided, they fractured. We are way more together than white America. We are more together than Latino Americans. We are more together than every American. Black American, even if you go over to Africa, we are more united than Africa. We are more united than India. India got all these light skin, brown skin, dark skin. They are divided. We are the most united people on earth. They know if they give us that money, it's over with, because we gonna work together. We are the only people call each other brothers and sisters. We the only people that can talk to each other without saying a word in passing. Like, we are more together than people think. They might see some division in our community, but we are still more united than everybody else. Name of people that's more united than black Americans. I'll yield the floor.
That's a
Okay.
good question. Yeah.
Okay.
Then
I had
after
to ignore
Willow
that.
answers, then we can get Randall.
I had to ignore that. Real quick, I just want to preface this. I'm not trying to be a pessimist or being negative or anything like that, but I'm just stating what I see, man. And you do have a lot of us that have a better mindset than we did 20 years ago. I do see a lot of black businesses opening up, especially like in my city. And I do see some of us doing a lot of good for us, or doing a lot of good for the community and shit like that. I don't want to take away the credit that we've done and a lot that we have accomplished. We're a lot better than we've been. You know what I'm saying? But let me ask you this though, and anybody can answer this.
My question wasn't answered, man.
What's your question?
What people on earth are more united than black Americans? Any continent.
Any continent or any race of people?
Any race of people that are more united than black Americans, from Africa.
Jews.
No, they're not. They divide.
Let's say J word, guys. Let's say
you
J
got
word,
the
because
party. You got
YouTube. Real quick, y'all. Real quick. Let's say J word because YouTube.
Okay.
no,
So
because you got different groups of them that don't get along with each other, that don't even talk to each other. That they are divided. They doing protests in the streets. The whole country is against one side of the country. So that's a lie. Listen, if you sit back and think about it, black Americans are the most united group on the planet Earth. You can't name a people that's more united than us. You can't. It's impossible.
when it comes to taking care of business, the J people can do a lot more than what we've done.
With reparations, they can. So can we.
I'm talking about right now, though. They've been doing it.
That's reparate. They get 10 billion a year. They get 10 billion a year.
There may be white people that don't get along. There may be
J people that don't get along, and maybe Indians that don't get along. But one of the things that we notice, especially with foreigners, is when they come here, what typically happens? They open up shops in the hood, and this, that, and the third, right? And they stay open and stay in business for quite a long time, and they send their money back to their families back in their native country and shit like that. On a grand scale of things, I don't see black people working together on that level. Not saying that we can't. I'm just saying that if we're comparing it to other, we're getting outworked, bro. We're
No,
outworked.
we're getting
We're outorganized.
sabotaged. We're
We're
getting
outorganized.
sabotaged. We got sabotaged. Listen, there is no people
Wait,
more
wait,
together than us. We had to be together.
wait.
There is no way that we could even be alive today in this country if we wasn't together. There's no way. They would have been wiped us out. We would have been white like Mexicans right now if we wasn't together.
You say we'll be white like Mexicans.
I'm going
Yes.
to I'm gonna take out Randall. Randall, if you have any last words real quick, I'm gonna just get you out because we got somebody coming in. Anything from Randall? All good, all good. Well, thank you, Randall, for coming. We have Truth Teller here, and let's hear his input on this.
Hey, how you guys doing? I was just listening. I found it very interesting. I am confused with the discussions on wasteful spending. I don't even know why it comes up when reparations comes into the discussion. It seems ridiculous, and it's not even a talking point that you can use against reparations. It's just somebody being an obstacle. Reparations are necessary, and you guys are right. If we did get reparations, we'd be a serious problem for everybody in the world, not just here. So, that's something else we have to take into account. We would be the targets of everybody else in the world. And I know people think, immigrants come here and they open up businesses, they make a lot of money. They don't recognize that those are not the average people of those countries coming here to do that. Those are the upper echelons of folks. Not only that, they're not really sending that much money back to their family in them countries because them countries still ain't changed. So I know y'all think they invested back in the homeland, but they're not. They just invested in themselves here. And they're not together like everybody makes it seem like they are. The only thing they're really together in is when they face us. So I think that's one of the main reasons why people don't want us to have reparations, is because we will be a problem. And I don't even, let's not even say the majority of us do something good with it. Let's just say if 10% of us do. I don't think y'all realize what the impact would be if only 10% of us do something pragmatic, practical, and useful for our entire group. We would be monsters. It'd be crazy.
So let's pivot to that then, Willow. So he's saying that, let's say majority of black people can't get along, and majority of black people get this money and they do decide to just waste it and all this stuff. It's still reparations money that was owed. But the 10% still would be an outlier, and that would be a serious problem, for the whole entire world, because this 10% of black people that groups up and gets these things done. I said it on a previous video. I think a lot of black people would invest that money. Africa would immediately start calling black Americans. It's a fact. All that giving you a visa and giving you issues and stuff at the immigration, they're not going to do that when that reparations money comes in. So they'll be calling black people in numbers. We will hand you half of these, you'll get 20 acres over here for 100,000 only. 20 acres for 100,000, boom. And immediately we would start building so many black empires in Africa. We would start employing the Africans damn near immediately, talking about, you guys we'll pay you this much to get the job done, but get it done right. We'll employ you guys for life. Things would be and that money wouldn't leave the country of Africa too. That money wouldn't leave the certain countries in Africa. Let's say it's going on in Kenya or, Uganda or Rwanda, whatever. That money wouldn't leave that country. It was circulating that economy. That's a big deal. You just got 10% of black Americans with $10 million each with money cycling like that through Africa. Oh man, that's a problem. So what's your thoughts on that, Willow?
Okay, so here's my thing. I do believe, well, let me ask you this.
do you think it's more good of us, or excuse me, do you think it's more morally upright and decent black people than it is debaucherous, low behaving black people that act like animals? Do you think that we are outnumbered? The good black folks are outnumbered by the bad ones? Anybody can answer that.
It,
No, we're not.
what I say is, if 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 every Black American the ages of 18 or older receive $1 million, we will be the richest people on earth. With just $1 million per Black American, we will be the richest people on earth per capita. We will be nobody richer than us. We will rule this motherfucker.
You
Excuse my English.
you didn't answer my question though, brother.
I can answer it. No, there isn't.
Okay.
Most
The
people are,
reason
and that goes
the,
with any population. Most people are good. You have to be, or this
are you
planet
saying
would be in
so you're
more
saying there's
chaos.
more you saying there's more good black people than it is bad, negative, dysfunctional black people?
Yeah, the statistics say it.
Okay. So okay, I don't want to get in and go into that rabbit hole. So I'll just say this to Trevor Raw's point. I believe that it'll take a very small group of us FBA people to really change the whole economy for us to actually do something good with it. I just don't think that everybody should get it. And the reason
Well,
why I
hold
say
on.
that is because
Why?
I'm about to explain why. Just like, okay, yes, anybody can do, to Mr. Nutt's point, anybody can do whatever the hell that they want to with their money. I don't care. You know, but my thing is this: it should be given to the people who's already either have plans on improving the economy and coming up with opportunities and innovative ways to be able to have us excel even more. It should be the productive people of society. I'm gonna just say
I,
it like that. And in
So
short,
but there's a.
so you are
But
pro
hold on. Can I
reparations.
go?
So wait,
He's
hold on.
pro
I just
reparations for
gotta,
certain
I just
class.
gotta make this clear, just so we
yes,
understand.
it's a class
Willow.
thing. Yes,
Yeah.
So okay, so Willow, just to understand, because earlier, I think the whole audience were thinking, okay, he's against reparations for Black people because that's what you said, but it's really a certain type of Black people that you don't want to get that money.
correct.
Mm.
I'm going to throw in a monkey wrench because I think he does not want reparations for Black people. Period. And I'm going to identify a couple things that I heard him say, which leads me to believe that. One, he was making innuendos about whether or not people are good or evil. What the hell does that have to do with you getting money that is owed to you? Two, he was talking about whether or not they can do something to improve the economy. What in God's name does giving Black people reparations have to do with helping the economy?
Within
Why do we?
our
Why
within
do?
our culture,
Well, right, but we're part of this economy. If we have our money, whether the economy is doing great or not, we got our money. So I'm just trying to figure out why are you putting these responsibilities on Black people that you don't put on no other kind of people when they get their money?
because I don't know what it's like to be Japanese. I don't know what it's like to be Chinese. I don't know what it's like to be an African born and raised. I don't know what it's like to be Russian. I can only speak for myself. So I
Well,
don't
how about
care.
the people? How about the people in the U.S. that got reparations? You want to talk about them?
I'm talking about us as Black Americans specifically, because
Right, but why are you putting responsibilities on all Black people just because they're getting some money?
that's the type of attitude is where we lose at, is when we worried about other people except our own.
Right, but that's never been the practice for how reparations for anything has ever been given. Why has it got to be those conditions for us suddenly?
I got an even better question since we're on this
Uh huh.
topic. Why do we expect justice from an unjust system that's done us the dirtiest to actually turn around and to give us what they claim that we want or that we deserve?
That's an
Why do
easy
we?
answer. Because if we don't expect it, we'll never get it.
You said if we do expect it or we do not
If
expect
we
it.
don't expect it, we'll never get it.
But why do we expect just from an unjust system? We can't even get together on things such as law that
If we
benefits
don't
us.
If we don't expect it, we will never get it.
Right, but that's my whole thing, though. If we're that if we were that organized, we would have been got it, though. In
You're
my
not hearing
opinion,
me. You're missing the point. If you walk around not expecting people to treat you right, when they don't treat you right, you're willing to accept it.
I
Correct?
I, I get that. Yes, I get
So
that.
then that's the reason why you should expect people to do right when they promise that they'll do right.
So
That's
let's move.
holding people accountable,
So let me
right?
ask you this. So let me ask you this. When what do we? Let's go ahead. I'm gonna play along with the
Mhm.
reparations thing.
Okay.
What do we need to do in order for this thing for us to get it into fruition? What do us as a collective of Black Americans need to do to ensure that we get reparations? Because we're talking about the problem instead of the solution. So let's go there.
Willing to
Wait,
crash
hold
the
on, hold on.
system.
Wait. My bad. Did we move it? What was the question again?
The question, because I want to talk about solutions instead of problems, right? Because this conversation isn't going nowhere. The
He
conversation
keep
is really
he
the
keep moving
conversation.
the goalposts every time he get cornered.
Well, let's
Pretty
understand
much.
Willow's point. Let's just hear his point real quick, because I just want us to come to a solid, answer. Because we talked a lot of back and forth. So now I want to see. So Willow, did you change your thoughts on anything? Did any guys that
I'm not
are
changing my thoughts.
pro
I'm
reparations
just saying.
like they thought?
I'm speaking from a point of like what ifs or whatever, right? Because
Mm.
that's where I did move the goalpost because I want to see and I want to get answers from you guys to see what y'all would think. You know what I'm saying? But
I
But
just want to be clear,
it's like
just
every
real
time we
quick.
corner
I
every
just want
time
to
we
be real
corner
clear.
you, you move the goalpost.
I
It's like
just
the
want to be
fifth
real
time.
clear. So Willow, from earlier, you had mentioned you're not for reparations, but you later mentioned that 10%, for you are for reparations, but like the smart 10% of Black people that are actually, able to handle that amount of money, which to some people can be considered a good point. So I'll give you a props on that. But I also understand from the FBA lens how that's, not acceptable, because the other races of people got all their money, and it wasn't a 10% of smart ones of them. They had dumb people in their societies too, but they still got the full allotment of reparations. So let's just real quick come to an understanding for that one. Then we can move on to the one that you moved to on. I believe you said how, are we going to get these reparations? So let's just get a solid understanding on that one.
okay, I just want to preface this. Yes, I did move the goalpost because I wanted to get some deeper insight on to what you guys was going to say. I still believe my original point. So I'm not leaving from that. You know what I'm saying?
But
But
you did kind of change it a bit to, well, the smart 10%, should actually get reparations. So you do believe in reparations for Black people.
I'm going along with this conversation. But to be completely honest, we should just forget about that. We should just forget about the reparations. But to address what you said, uh, can you restate the question? Because I kind of
Yeah, I'm
forgot
just
it.
saying. I just wanted to come to an understanding on how you look at things from now, because we had a good talk so far on this. So I'm saying, do you now view it as, okay? Well, I actually do change my mind. 10% are, should get reparations, but the other 90% of Black people, since you're saying, it's dysfunctional, you're saying they shouldn't get it. They wouldn't know how to deal with that amount of money. But the 10% they should. Earlier you said 100% none should. But now you are saying that 10% you're open to that.
I am open to the 10%.
Okay. All right, cool. So now let's move on to the, wait, I just want to say this last thing. I think it would be good too to hear, just more on why the 90% shouldn't get the money. But I think you already basically answered that question, because other races, they got their full reparations. It wasn't 10%, it was 100% for the other races. But I think we get that you just viewed the 90% of Black people, they just shouldn't have that money because they're not mentally able to handle that amount. So fine. Let's move it on to what you just said, how we're going to go about getting the reparations.
Yeah.
I can answer that.
Okay.
The most important thing in order for us to get these reparations going is delineation. Delineation, what it's going to do is it's going to make us prioritize ourselves. It's going to make us start helping ourselves. It's going to make us start looking out for each other. And when we do that, that's in American history, that's when we got the most accomplished, when we only had to worry about ourselves and no one else. And with this delineation movement, it's going to put us back in that same realm to where we're only worrying about ourselves. Delineation is going to get us our reparations. Mark my word.
I agree.
And let me see what this guy's name was, man. I can't remember everybody. Truth Teller. Oh, it looks like
Yeah.
Randall came back. Randall, did you want to say something after? Let's put Randall here, man. You can respond afterwards, but let's get Truth Teller first.
Well, I agree with the delineation. That's going to be very important. And also, foundationally, we need to be willing to watch the system crash. If we're not ready to do that, then there's really no way for us to get it.
Well, delineation will make the system crash in the end. Delineation is going to do a lot of things that you can't see.
It will.
You think it just look like we separating, but us separating, it's going to have some effects, some really, really big effects. It's just not going to be us separating. Delineation is going to get a lot of things done.
It is definitely going to help. I don't disagree with you on that, but it's not going to crash the system. When you still have, anywhere from 2 to 4 million black women, 80% of them voting for Democrats, it's not going to crash, right? And then you have also of black men, a growing population voting for Republicans. Now, granted, not a big portion of our population votes, but it's just enough votes to get these people could do what it is that they want to do, and that's a problem. That's the first thing that needs to be looked at, because what they're gonna throw, like let's say, black people say we not voting until y'all get us what we want. Let's say everybody does that and holds off. They're gonna start throwing kind of like what these African people throwing at us. They're gonna make us look like the villain. You doing this? You should help people. People need help. You should come out and vote and support and this and that and the third. When we sitting here like, hey, we remember the last 60 to 100 years. So I don't know what y'all talking about, but then they're going to do all of that kind of stuff, and some people are going to give. More than likely, the older population. I'm Gen X, but I'm a younger Gen X, so some of the older Gen X's and the baby boomers still around is going to give. It's going to take some time for that to happen. So I definitely agree with you. Delineation will help us towards that. But
And
until we're ready
let's hear Randall. I want to hear Randall real quick. Randall, you got any thoughts?
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I want to get back to Willow.
I was gonna say, I think black people do a lot better than what people think. I think people just in bad situations, so they feel like there's no hope, so they just like whatever, they just here. You know what I'm saying? But if there was some situations, some hope, some involvement, I know a lot of people want to open up businesses, but really don't always have the means. You know what I'm saying? But I think if they had the means, I think it'd be a lot more peace too amongst people.
Okay. And Willow,
Yes.
real quick, so how did you feel about the other two responses? Because we kind of went off of the one Randy said. That was from our earlier conversation. But did they give you some plausible ways to get these reparations, or does that sound like virtually impossible?
Absolutely. I think that it was a good answer. As far as the whole, delineation, because, I'm a firm believer that integration actually hurt us. Like, we was doing a lot better when we was separated. You know what I'm saying? Not just economically, but we had like the highest successful marriage rate. You know what I'm saying? So with the black nuclear family, like it was like we did a lot better across all spectrums. You know what I'm saying? But because we thought still subconsciously that the white man's ice was colder. You know what I'm saying? We wanted to be accepted. That's where we went wrong. And our leaders that we had at the time didn't make it any easier. As far as that's concerned. Now I will say this, as far as us doing better economically, and even though it's still a divide,
I think because of that divide, is that it stems from a lack of trust. I think we don't trust each other like that.
Hey, one real quickly, y'all. Somebody going to work. I got to go, y'all.
All right,
Maybe I'll
appreciate
catch
it.
on the next stream or something. I
Go
subscribed
ahead.
and everything.
Oh, appreciate it. All right.
I'll holler at y'all.
What
Y'all
I
players be
believe.
safe.
All right.
All right, take care.
Peace.
What I believe is, I believe that if we can keep our Black American women voting at 92% for a candidate, that is power. I mean, some people say they voted for the wrong candidate. Some people say they voted for the right candidate. I'm not into that. I'm thinking about voting 92%. Nobody in the country does that. That's not even, I mean, nobody would never do that. No other group in America will ever vote 92%. No other group. We just need to, in most societies, the women usually follow the men once they see the men going in the right direction. If we can keep our Black women voting at 92%, man, do you know what that is? That's nothing but power. I'll yield.
Hey, I
You
want to
know,
say this.
sorry.
Real quick. I just want to say this. Travel Raw and everyone on the panel. I got like about 5 minutes left because I got like a studio session coming up in a minute.
No problem.
So I still got a little bit of time I can give to y'all. And no, I'm not running away because this is a great conversation. And Raw, I barely even catch you live. So I was like, yo, let me hop on real quick. But I just want
No,
to
you
say
did your
that.
thing, man. You did your thing too.
Yeah, I just want to say this is that because to retort to what you were saying, Mr. Nice, I can't really say what I want to say because that's a whole new conversation. You know what I'm saying? But I do think on a local level, we could do a lot more damage when it comes to voting. I just think that when it comes to like voting for like presidents and shit like that, I just think that we've been fucked into thinking that we can actually make a change regarding a federal type of situations versus a local. That's all I got to say regarding that.
At 90%, we can. Because Kamala lost by what, like how many votes? She lost. She was losing by in some states like 40,000, 30,000, 20,000. I mean, in those places we had 100,000 people, 200,000 people that didn't vote, and we was at 92%. Nobody votes for one person at 90 something percent. I don't care what community you look in, but our community. Like I said, we are the most united. You can go around the world to other people's elections. Don't no group vote 90%.
So I agree with you, but understanding how the voting system in this country works, that won't help us. Because the first thing you got to figure out is if you're gonna vote 90%, who you gonna vote for?
That's what I said. I already threw that out. I said I'm not even discussing who we're voting for. As long as we can keep the mindset to vote 92%, we good.
Well, the reason why I said, and this is why I brought up the system crashing thing earlier, is personally, and as a strategist, holding our vote would be in our best interest. So all the Black people who are eligible to vote should register to vote and then not vote for anybody. And we'd
Hey
have to
y'all,
do
I gotta
this
hop up
for,
off this thing.
yeah,
Y'all.
No
I
problem,
appreciate you.
brother.
I appreciate you
Appreciate you.
giving you appreciate you Raw giving me some time on your platform. Y'all brothers be easy. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna catch y'all on the next one.
Yeah, thanks for
be
your
easy,
input,
player.
man. That was good. That was a good debate. If anybody else wants to call in,
Peace,
uh,
peace.
call in right now. And we got some good topics for y'all. Are Africans jealous of Black Americans? Is the African diaspora over? Should Africans be allowed into America? And of course, what we just spoke on, should Black people get reparations? But yeah, go ahead with what you were saying. Truth, tough love.
I was just saying we need to make sure that people understand that the value of our vote, right? So what most people don't understand is the last presidential election that lost, there was a drop in the amount of people that actually voted, went from 6 million to 4 million Black people. And this is both men and women. So if you take into account the amount of people that didn't bother to vote, along with the amount of Black people that did vote for her, instead of the percentages being 90-something%, it's more like 40-50%. Right? So that's great, but they don't value our vote. And not only that, we don't have anybody to vote for because we don't control the farming of these officials they put in front of us to vote for. I think the brother said something that was interesting earlier. We probably would have more power if we focus our votes on local elections. So I do agree with that. But
Definitely.
as far as the federal stuff, we don't control the people they put in front of us. So the only thing we can do is make sure they understand the value of our vote. And if they want to have it, they're going to have to buy it. And that's the
Yeah.
only way we can move.
You know, I'm from California, so actually, where's everybody from?
I'm from New York.
Okay. And Mr. Nice?
Montgomery, Alabama.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I could hear the New York, bro. I thought it was Boston, to be real. I'm like, dude got a thick accent, bro. Like, what? Man, this dude, man, I'm like, man. But anyways, so yeah, I'm from Cali, and you know, they talk about reparations all the time in California, and you know, we got a real progressive governor over there. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, he is really on this type of, like, you know, even when it comes to immigration, he's very against Trump with this stuff. So it's very interesting watching that go down, even hearing his talks about reparation. He's been talking about it for quite some time. And I definitely believe that there's more people that you can speak with closer to, you know, to you in your state rather than, you know, nationally, right? Like, you know, like a president. So I get what you're saying on that end.
Actually, it's more the people that need to respect the vote the most are congressional folks, senators, and Congress people, and judges that can be elected. You know, some are elected, some are appointed. The ones that are elected are the ones who need to respect it. So, in order to make sure everybody understands the value of the vote, that means at some point you're gonna have to vote for somebody you don't like, to make sure the other side sees how strong and valuable your vote is. So it might, you know, if 80 to 90% of black people vote, our votes might need to go to a Republican one election season so that the Democrats understand what's going on. And then if they give us something we want, they get our vote. And then the Republicans will see, oh, okay, we can win almost everything if we can get these people to vote, if we give them what they want. So that's what I was referring to as far as our vote being for sale. I mean, it's normal elections. They're supposed to give us what we want anyway. We're the voters. That's the whole point of us putting them there. But obviously, they don't care about that right now. So there's got to be some pain, man. People got to feel pain sometime to learn the lesson.
Right, and that's a good point. So what do you guys have to say about, you know, a lot of people in America that feel like their vote isn't even real? You know, if you put in a vote, it's not even going to actually go through anyways because all this is pre-planned. What's you guys' thoughts on that?
I agree with it. It's true.
Mm.
If anybody takes any bit of time to study the electoral system, it's there to make sure your vote doesn't count. There's no reason for you to have a popular vote versus an electoral college vote. And if y'all didn't notice already, the representatives in the electoral college could vote any direction they want. There's not a rule that says they got to vote where all the people said they should vote. Y'all don't know that. They don't do it because they don't want to stir up people, but there's no rule that says they have to do that.
I agree with him, but I still would say, like they said earlier, local elections at 92%, with the delineation. I mean, that's all we need, really. Delineation and voting at 92% in local elections. That's all we need. We just got to get a candidate that will make black people come out and vote, because black people wasn't coming out to vote for Kamala or Donald Trump. So if we get a candidate that will make black people, well, I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about local elections. Local elections, as long as we get candidates that we like that we can continue to vote for at 92%, we good. And delineate.
And let me ask you guys this too. Why do you guys think so many black people, you know, keep voting for people that aren't actually saying what exactly they're gonna do for black people? You know what I'm saying? Like there's no real like I'm going to do this specifically for black people because you guys are clearly in the worst position in America. You know, I'm gonna do this. Why do you think there's not a lot of black people that, put their foot on the neck of some of these politicians and be like, hey, if we're gonna vote for you, you need to give us something on paper. Say what you're gonna out there just because you look like me.
Because I believe we got too many boule in our political class. And once we get the boule out the way, that's a delineation gonna get the boule out the way. Delineation gonna get all the sellouts out the way. So all we gotta do is continue. Like I said earlier, delineation gonna touch a lot of things that people don't see that it's gonna touch. It's gonna change a lot of things, and that's gonna come. And that's gonna show in our politicians. Delineation is gonna show in our politicians. It's gonna start show who we vote for. It's gonna start showing. So as long as we continue to delineate and continue to vote at 92%, we gonna be good. The only thing we was missing with the 92% is delineation. Now we done added the delineation. I mean, it's looking promising for us.
I don't even see where you're getting that from, man. I don't see any of that.
Well, the delineation movement is new, but it's catching
Right.
fire.
No. It's catching fire, but I don't see how it's going to do any of what you just described.
But like I said earlier, once the delineation take hold, the women gonna follow the men. Whoever the men
No,
say
they're
vote
not.
for them, the women gonna vote
No,
for.
they're not.
Through
They're not
the
going to do that.
delineation, go ahead.
Delineation doesn't cause women to stop doing what they've been doing for the last 70 years.
We don't know
You
because
just
it haven't. We don't
no
know because it
no
haven't been going. We don't have a
hear
study to
me
show that. We don't have a
hear
study
me
to
out.
show
Hear me out, because you connecting delineation with some kind of mental gymnastics. I don't know why you would think that. As of right now, black women believe they are black, and they're still doing what they're doing. That has not changed in the 250 years and the 400 to 600 years of us being in this country. They've always been black. They've been black now, and they're going to be black tomorrow. And they still doing what they do, even though that they know that they're black. So suddenly now you telling me, well, we're going to delineate into this more specific black group, and suddenly that's going to shine the light bulb in their head to change. And they're going to suddenly listen to their men for no apparent reason.
that.
Yeah, I don't see that leap. That's a leap of faith, player.
At this point, me and your argument is opinions because we don't have a study to show that it's going to work or not. I lean more in the favor that it will work, but you're leaning in the more of a favor that it's not going to work. But we don't know because we don't have a study to show.
True, but you haven't presented any logic to prove why you think it would work. All you're saying is delineating. They're gonna listen to their men. I don't know how you make that leap. Those aren't even on the same universe. Those are two different things.
I don't think that. I don't follow your logic.
Well, I'm just saying you haven't presented any logic, so I'm hoping you can share some so I can understand.
What I'm saying is that's why I said, man, you just have opinions. We don't know.
Right,
We
what's the
don't know.
logic behind your opinion, though? You got to have some kind of logic to make you think this way.
Because the more we delineate, the more we come together, and the more like before I found out about the delineation movement, I was on some like all black, everybody vote for
Gotcha.
everybody, vote for immigrants, vote for. But when I came into the delineation movement, I started to more focus on Black Americans, and that's what I believe more Black Americans will do once they discover the delineation movement.
Okay, but how does that translate to black women suddenly getting behind their men? I'm confused.
That just like I just said, I said once I discovered the delineation movement, I stopped voting. I would not vote for no immigrants. I'm not voting for nothing that's not Black American. And once our women discover the delineation movement, they're going to vote the same way. They're not going to vote for immigrants. They're not going to vote for you. You follow my logic now?
I hear what you're saying, but I'm just thinking about history. The majority of the history that we've had the power to vote, we were voting for white people. So how how is delineating going to suddenly change us to only vote for black people?
Well, we don't. Can you? Well, we don't only have to vote for Black people. I never said we only have to vote for Black people. We can
Okay,
vote for
so
white
then, well,
people. I vote for a
right.
white
So how,
American. At this moment, I will vote for a white American before I vote for a tether.
I hear you. I hear you. I'm just saying that we're talking about how that relates to our voting habits changing.
My voting habit changed through through delineation.
But you just said you still vote for white people.
That has nothing. I didn't say I would never vote for a white person. That I didn't say that. That's a straw man argument.
No, it's not straw man. You're saying delineation will make us focus our vote more, and we'll more than likely vote for black people. But you just
Mr.
said,
Nice,
hey,
can
I'll
you
still
mute your
vote
mic?
for a white person. I won't.
Okay. Take out
Yeah.
Black people. Just put in interest instead of Black people.
Okay. So delineation has caused you not to want to vote for immigrants. You'll vote for pretty much anybody
Mr.
else
Mike,
who's a good fit.
Mr. Mike, can you mute your mic while he's talking because it's
Sorry.
echoing.
Before I talk, I'll give you a second.
No, go ahead. It was
Oh,
echoing,
okay.
and I know the audience can't hear you, so it's clear now.
So, no, I'm just saying. I hear you on the delineation is an important part of solidifying your group. So I get that. I just don't think it's going to do any of what you're saying just by itself. It can't. That's not what it. That's not what it's for. Even you said you'll just with delineation cause you to not vote for immigrants. Great, but the majority of us have been voting for them other folks this whole time, and we've been getting the same results. Right? Stopping not voting for immigrants ain't going to change the results we're getting if we still have the same voting habits.
I
So,
said vote for our interests. I
of
just correct.
course, yeah,
That's what I said. So it's not about me voting for an immigrant. I'm saying I'm not going to vote for immigrant causes. See, that's what I'm
gotcha.
saying. That's what I'm saying. I changed my whole mindset about voting because I'm not voting for no one who has who doesn't have Black interests, or I will vote for someone who will hurt the people who's hurting my community, even if they don't have nothing for Black. Say if I can rewind time, if I didn't vote, but if I can rewind time, I would vote for Trump because of what I see he's doing as far as getting immigrants out of our communities and giving us more opportunities. So if I can rewind time, I would vote, and I would vote for Donald Trump.
Okay, all right, I can understand that better. So, but yeah, delineation ain't gonna make women do anything. Just so we're clear on that. There's a whole lot more things that need to happen for changes to happen on that level for them.
Well, 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 we got 3 years for the delineation to take hold of our women, and I'm willing to bet they'll vote delineation.
Okay, I
And for the
disagree, but we'll see.
audience
Hopefully,
that's listening, what is the delineation movement?
Delineation
Yeah,
is
for the audience, for anybody that's new, what's the delineation movement?
delineation is separating your lineage from other lineages. Plain it. That's the simplest term I can give it. Separating your lineage from other lineage instead of just giving us one big black, like somebody who came over from Zimbabwe tomorrow can say he Black American or African American. Delineation puts a line saying he can't be over here. He can't speak for us. He can't do anything over here unless he have a proven track record of doing things for us and speaking up for us. If you from Zimbabwe, Nigeria, Ghana, you can still come over on this side of the delineation, but you will have to have a proven track record of speaking for us and doing for us. If you don't have a track record of that, you need to stay back. Don't speak on us. Don't speak on our politics. You do not represent us. You can't represent us. We're going to vote you out of office. We're getting you out of the paint. We'll put a white person in your position. If you're not for us, and if you don't have a track record of speaking for us and doing for us, you gotta go. You gotta get out the paint. I'd rather have a white racist than a Nigerian racist.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's a good point. I'm hoping the audience understands this is clear. Okay, that's a good point. When it pertains to the delineation movement, right? You said that, you know, if you could do things differently, you would get Trump, you know, you would vote for Trump, right? So why exactly would you vote for Trump, you know, given what you just said about the delineation movement?
Because the Democrats moved all the illegal immigrants in the black communities and to water down our vote. Studies show that immigrants vote against Black American interests. So with them putting immigrants in our community, it waters down our vote on local elections. So with Trump getting these immigrants out, it strengthening our vote. Every immigrant that is deported is one vote for Black America, is how I see it.
Somebody getting in trouble by that girl or something? What's happening, man? Somebody getting yelled at in the back room, man.
Got to. You better invade, player. Whatever you do,
Oh
don't take
man,
much.
yeah. So let me ask this though. You said that, you know, typically immigrants, they vote in their interest, which is against black people. What exactly would you say those interests are that are typically against, you know, black people's interests?
The thing is, they so racist, they just vote against us just because. It don't even be nothing for them. They just want to vote against Black people. That's the thing. So we got to get them out of our communities because they can be the dominant society can promise them things if they vote against us. And if you just move 22 million illegal immigrants into Black communities, they're gonna vote against us. The past has showed that immigrants coming to America are anti-Black.
Okay, so I just want to hear though, like the things that they vote against, like, you know, the difference, like you know, what's certain things that they'll vote for that's, you know, against black people and black society.
Like I just said, it doesn't even matter if it's anything or not. They just gonna vote against us just because they hate Black people, because they racist. They just gonna vote. If they gonna see who we vote for, they just gonna vote against it. It doesn't matter if they get anything out of it or not.
But there has to be something that they're voting for that's against. You get what I'm saying? Like you're saying that you
They're
know,
voting against Black Americans to get our jobs, to steal our jobs. They just vote against us. Just the politicians come out and say everything good about immigrants. Immigrant dog whistle to the immigrants saying we're gonna get these Black Americans out the way. We're gonna get y'all the jobs if y'all just vote against them. It be like it's not. They don't say it plainly, but the immigrants get it, and so what they're going to do is they're just going to vote against our interests for jobs, anything for social programs, for loans, anything.
okay.
And the main reason it's not even about them getting something. They're they're basically just voting out of racism.
That's what I was looking more for, was actual names. So I appreciate you giving those, because, you know, I think that's important for
Yeah.
people to hear. So it's the loans, you know, the social programs, etc. Okay, that's cool. That's good to hear. Does Truth Teller, did you have a rebuttal to any of that, or how do you feel about what he's saying?
So, damn, I don't want to. I'm trying not to go on a long-winded thing, but there's a couple things happening, right? Immigrant people are trying to get in to get what they can get before the ceiling fall, and the government is trying to get cheap labor here to control these costs for these corporations. That's really what it boils down to, right? What happens in the middle, they don't really care. You know, them people gonna vote against us. They already have some kind of. Most of them do in their own countries have racist inclinations towards Black people to begin with anyway. So just coming here and having us already here, we just the new targets. But it's just not as simple as they're bringing them here just to take our jobs, because they don't want them to have the good jobs, right? What they want them to do is keep a ceiling on salary increases, if you don't notice. And I could never vote for Trump based on this immigrant stuff, because honestly, this whole thing about getting immigrants out of here is nonsense. There's really a simple, cost-effective way of doing it. And that's locking up the businesses that hire them. But they're not going to do that. They don't want to. So if there's and I try to do this math with like my kids and other people. If there's 11 million people illegally here in the United States, we're just going to say 11. I know they say it's like 20. Let's just say 11. At one point, Trump was locking up 10,000 immigrants and getting them out of here a week. If he did that every week for a year, that's 552,000 people. Do you know how long you'd have to try to lock up 11? If you're doing 10,000 a week and you got to get rid of 11 million, you know how long you got to do that for to get rid of 11 million illegals? 22 years.
Not if you
10,000.
Not if you take food stamps, you can starve them out of the country.
Listen, 10,000 people.
Food stamps, you can starve them out of the country.
How many people are on food stamps? Think about this before you say it. How many people are on food stamps?
Most of them are immigrants.
No, they're not. Most of them are white.
It's like 70%.
No, they're not.
What I was looking up today, like 70%.
Nope, more than 50% of them is white. Black people got less than 20%.
But they coming over. They get free health care. Your health care bill could be $50,000.
I hear you, but you're changing the subject. Think about it. If he was to lock up 10,000 people a week for the next 22 years, what would the cost be to the country for that? That's what I'm saying. They don't really want to get rid of all of these people. They're just putting on a show, and most people's not. They just eating it up. Yeah, he's getting rid of immigrants. No, he's not. Because if he wanted to get rid of immigrants, he'd just lock up the businesses that pay him.
Listen,
he wouldn't have to worry about getting them out.
They're hiding with food stamps. They're hiding with food stamps. They can hide as long as they got food stamps. He take the food stamps. They got to come out and try to find a job to work, and that's when they're gonna get locked up and threw out the country.
Well, no, think about it. If they don't have any money coming in and they got to apply to food stamps, let's just say they get it. Let's just say they do get it, right?
They got it. What I'm saying is, they got food stamps, and that's how they're able to hide from ICE, because they're sitting in the house eating. If you take their food stamps, they got to come out the house. They trying to hide for 4 years until the next president come here, and they gonna use food stamps. Listen, they gonna use food stamps to hide in the house. And what I'm saying is, if he take food stamps, they gotta come out the house, and that's when ICE gonna be on them.
Do me a favor. Google how many people are on aid in the United States right now. Just Google it. When you see that number and you look up what the demographics are, there's not enough of them on these aid programs to justify what you're saying. They're getting paid.
They said it's 1.8 million illegals in California alone. Okay. And majority of them are on food stamps. If you take the food stamps, they cannot hide in the house. They got to come out the house, and that's when ICE gonna snatch them.
When you say majority, but there's 11, and it's not 11. Believe me, it's not 11 million people. But I'm just throwing out this number that's below what it actually is. There's 11 million of them in the country. Do you think most of the 11 million are on food stamps, or are they getting support some other kind of way?
I think majority of them are on food stamps.
How can that possibly be when it's not that many people on food stamps? This is what I'm talking about. You can't accept these things as being correct and not understand them just to give praise to somebody.
How are they eating? Because they're not going to work. They're hiding in the house.
Who says they're not going to work? They've been busing people who've been using social security numbers of dead people. They got people using driver's licenses of other people in other states. And
Listen,
nobody's using E-Verify. Only 15% of companies use E-Verify to verify a person. So I mean, where do you think the money's coming from? You think they're just all dealing drugs and getting aid? No, they got jobs. People are paying them. They're paying them under the table because they can pay them less, but they're paying them. Just is what it is.
the hold on.
Sorry, I hear you. I hear you,
You
brother.
hear me? You give?
I get you
Okay,
now. Get you now.
I just watched a documentary in New Jersey, like a street interview type deal, and it was illegals out there, and they were saying they were making $200 a day under the table. So I'm saying to myself, do you know how many Black Americans will work for $200 a day? All them Black Americans out there in New Jersey, but they corner the market, and they don't hire Black Americans. You know how
Black
many Black
Americans wouldn't.
Americans? Do you know how many
Black
Black
Americans,
Americans will work for $200 in New Jersey? Two
they
hundred
wouldn't
dollars a
work
day.
to. They wouldn't work $200 a day. They wouldn't. The Black Americans wouldn't work
Man, you lost
what
it.
those people are doing.
Man,
You
that's
know why?
two thousand
Because
dollars every 10 days. That's $2,000
but that's
under
not
the
all.
table
Listen,
every
my
10
man,
days.
I'm from Queens, New York. I know that area. I know what it looked like for immigrants out there hustling. I know some of them. You're not telling me nothing. They're not all on aid. They're not getting aid from the state because that's who distributes it. There's not enough money for that. Not only that, they'll bring too much attention to themselves and other people like them. And I'm not even talking about before all of this sanctuary city stuff. I'm even talking about right now. They had to change the rules because these niggas was out here getting grimy, committing crimes. That's why they changed the rules. They didn't want to get rid of them. They wanted to keep them, but they can't keep them and they be hungry. And they trying to get jobs and stuff, but not all of them can get jobs. Right? The kids got to go to school. The mother got to do stuff to take care of them. They got to put food in the house. Even if the Pop Dukes is doing illegal work, I mean, certain numbers of them
Man,
are getting this money, but it ain't all of them. There's too many of them to get it.
but you on a whole nother spectrum than me. I'm to the point where if your grandparent or your parent came into this country illegal, all of you have to go. If you didn't come in here legally, if your grandparent came in this country illegally 40 years ago, the parent is filed and the child is filed. All three generations got to go if you didn't come into this country legally.
I hear you, but all I'm saying is the stuff about Trump. Uh, that's just trickery. His goal is not to get these people out of here. His goal is to make it look like he is, because it's far
Right.
more effective and
And, and,
efficient ways of doing it.
and you know, I was going to say this point earlier, but you know, earlier on in the conversation, we was talking about how Trump brought in South African immigrants, you know, and he welcomed them in, and a lot of people was confused by that because they're like, "Man, you're supposed to be against immigration," and he's like, "But you know, these South Africans, they really needed some help. You know, they really needed some assistance and stuff." And you know, it's sad because you know, you see people that you know are already here, and you know, you see his aggressive you know, aggressively throwing them out, but you think to yourself, but you let the South Africans in. And I have a lot of friends in South Africa and a lot of people I know, and they've told me there's no white genocide in South Africa. And Trump, didn't he mention that he wasn't going to help people and give them, you know, refugee status in America for, you know, genocides and stuff like that? I believe this is something that was mentioned. So, you know, and then we see that Trump, he's given the 40 billion to Argentina, and you're thinking to yourself, how much does he really care for the American people if he's willing to do these kind of things. So, I don't think Trump, I personally don't believe politicians at all. So that's why I'm listening to this. And I think I'll lean more to what Truth Teflar saying, because, it's like these politicians, they're doing stuff so they can make money too. Like, you just can't check. They just a little too slimy for me. I just, but especially with this whole immigration thing, Trump is clearly not against immigrants like that. I mean, he's offered a visa for people just to pay and get entry into America. I don't think he's against having people come into the country like that.
He's from immigrant background. Yeah, his
Yeah,
like two out of three of his wives were immigrants. I mean, come on, man.
right. So yeah, and it's just the crazy thing, like with the genocide in South Africa. Like, it's crazy because there's genocides really happening in Sudan. Like as we speak, like they're doing like things where they just doing the most insane things I can't even say online. But beheadings, all types of stuff in Sudan. I don't see any genocide for Sudan. I don't see any refugee status for Sudan. But with South Africa, they say we gonna get them over here and give them free, refugee status. It's just interesting. It's just interesting.
I mean, I already know why he did it.
Right,
It ain't
right,
interesting to me because I know why he did it.
right.
And oh, come on, man. I didn't expect that. I'm so sorry. I'm from Queens, New York. Where Trump's house is, where he grew up at, is literally 15 minutes away from where I used to live in Hollis. So it's. I know the dude. He's a New Yorker, man. Whatever he's telling you, that ain't really what it really is. You just got to see how he moving. Is all. Which I didn't vote for Trump. I didn't vote for either of them because they didn't do it. Neither of them were planning to do anything for black people. So they couldn't get my vote. They didn't buy me. So it just is what it is. But I know him.
Trump hasn't done anything to hurt black people. Biden
Yeah, but
did.
if it's the
Obama
same
did.
thing. It's the same thing. If you ain't doing nothing to help me, man, how can I call you a
But he
friend?
didn't do nothing to hurt us. He's like the first
I
president in
don't.
like the last 12 president that didn't do anything to hurt black people.
What does that? What does that have to do with anything? We're in need. If he
Well,
ain't
if
gonna
he
help
if,
us,
if
then
he's not hurting us, that's better than being hurt.
see,
But can
We're
I
this is
say
going in
what
the
this? Can
right
I say
direction.
this? If can I say this though? If you are the parent of an offspring, right, and you see your offspring is struggling, you're supposed to not just encourage them but also pour into them physical things that will change them so that they can do better in life. And I'm not saying Trump is our zaddy or something like that, maybe for some of these chicks on child support, but I'm saying that Trump, he not like a parent, but he is over all of us inside of America as our leader, as our president. So by him not doing nothing, I'd say that's him doing a lot right there. Because if you're not doing nothing and you're seeing these people are struggling, you know, and we're American citizens too. I think sometimes people forget, like, that we're even considered to be American citizens, that we have rights. Some people forget. You have to remind some people. But if you're not doing anything for us, then and that's your job, but you're not doing it, that means by default you are doing something to us that is negative.
you have a good
Okay,
point.
let's say black Americans, I'm just gonna put it in this phrase. Just say a black American is chained up getting punched in the face every day. Okay, Biden would be the one come in and punch you in the face every day. Trump came in, he didn't untie you, but he ain't punching you in the face.
So him and Biden's on the same side in that scenario.
But you're not getting punched in the face. You still, I
But I'm
mean,
still chained
if
up.
Biden,
But I'm still chained up.
If Biden in there, you getting punched in the face and chained up. Trump
Right,
just
but
gonna leave you chained up.
so then I'm in the same situation I was before. I'm still chained up.
I gotta say that Trump is hurting us, man. He gave $40 billion. Do you know he hurts me physically because I sometimes sit and I'm working and I can't even finish working without thinking that my tax money went to a mass genocide.
Ah,
That physically caused me pain. Then the $40 billion that he gave to Argentina, that also gave me an extreme migraine that day because I said, "Damn,
Well,
this
you
is
got to think.
this
When
is
we
some
think
real
about
shit."
it different, we think about it different because the Palestinians were really racist toward. They moved the black Palestinians into a place called the slave housing, and they treated them bad. Didn't give them jobs. They
What do you think
unaliving.
happened to the black Jews?
You can look at it, look it up. The Palestinians, when they had a place they moved the black people into, and they named it. The name on the community is called the slave housing. So I don't give a damn what's going on over there.
Okay.
Wait. No, my point. Do you get my point? My point is that for us black people, you said Trump's not really hitting us. He's not the one causing us issues. No, Trump is giving us pain. That money that he sent to go and do them genocides and stuff, that's crazy. That causes people
I bet the black Palestinians appreciate it.
But the people that
Well,
voted for
see,
Trump voted for somebody to keep the money for America. Nobody voted
well,
for
hold on.
it to
I
go
hear
to
what you're
other
saying.
countries.
I hear what you're saying, but it's a rabbit hole, right? Because I don't disagree with you. But the point of the matter is, if he wasn't going to do anything for us, he's not for us.
The black Palestinians over there praising
I
Allah.
don't listen. I don't care if the other dude punches me in the face every time he see me. I know he's not for me. And if this dude ain't doing nothing for me, I also know he's not for me. I don't know what kind of case you making to vote for somebody who leaves you chained up but doesn't punch you in the face versus voting for somebody who does punch you in the face and leaves you chained up. Why
Well,
would
you
I
gotta
vote for
pick
either?
one. You gotta pick one.
No, you don't. That's the thing. You have a right not to pick any of them.
One of them still gonna be in there whether you vote or not. You might well vote
That's
for the one
true,
that.
but you don't have to. You don't have to help both of them get there.
Well, I didn't vote.
No, I
But
hear you. But what I'm
now that
saying is, your case
but
is.
now listen, I didn't vote. But now that I'm sitting down in the basement tied up, I'm damn sure glad I ain't getting punched in the face every day.
I hear you, but you still in the basement tied up.
Okay, but I ain't getting punched in the face. I'm not gonna leave the basement, period.
I know you keep repeating it, but I don't think you hear yourself. You're saying, you know what? Now that I think about it, because the bad treatment I'm getting is a little better than what I would have gotten for that other guy.
When somebody come in,
I think I would have voted for this person
well,
just because the bad treatment is a little bit better.
if they give me somebody to vote for that will unchain me, I'll vote for them. But for now, I'm gonna vote for the person who's not punching me. Hopefully in the future they bring somebody else down there who will say, I'm gonna
Right, but
unchain
the
you if
person
you
not
vote for
punching
me.
you keeps you chained up in the basement. Why would you vote for him?
I'm going in the right direction. I'm almost next time I'm
You
gonna vote
see,
for the person who's gonna unchain me.
and honestly, I've experienced this. This is how most black people think. This is why we're stuck where we're at.
No, it's not.
You trying to play the better of two evils game.
Man, if the last 12 presidents passed laws to hurt us, and this the first president that didn't pass a law to hurt us, how the hell am I wrong?
But does that mean he earned your vote?
I didn't vote for him.
I'm not saying you did, but you're making the case to vote for him.
If he was running again, if I knew what I know now, what he's doing for getting illegals out of here, that's the only thing I like that he's
I hear
doing.
you. It's not that I misunderstand.
Okay,
I
well, I would
understand.
vote for him. If he had another term, I would vote for him if he's gonna continue to do what he's doing.
Right, I get you, but I already pointed out what he's doing won't work because it's not meant to work. It's just a show for you to see and be happy about. That's all it is. It's not an effective way of getting it.
I don't believe that.
So, quick question.
Let me
I said this to you before.
Go ahead, ask your question. Let me ask after though. Go ahead.
Sure. I said before, if he's moving 10,000 people a week out of the country that's here illegally, and he'd have to do that every week for the next 22 years, is that an effective way of getting those people out of the country?
Check this out. This is how I see it. These people come over here anti-black, like
You're just not going to answer my question?
Listen. I'm finna answer it. My second sentence is gonna answer it. These people come over here anti-black like crazy. So every time I see one getting put on the ice truck, I look at it as that's one less rifle pointed at black Americans. So if he can get 10,000 rifles a week from being pointed at black Americans, I just gotta settle for that.
So you can settle. Cool. I'm sorry, my man. Go ahead. Ask your question.
Yeah. So my question basically was this, right? Like, when you say that he's getting rid of illegals, What exactly do you feel like that will help for Black society? I just want myself and the audience to hear what exactly would that help for Black people.
It would give us job opportunities because we're blocked out of construction. You have to pay a Black American $35 to $40 an hour in construction, but you paying an illegal $15 to $20. You would have to give us those jobs, and then once they get in, I can see if the illegals came in and they still allow Black Americans to come in. No, they get in the job and block us out. Won't even let us get nothing. So I can see if the illegals over here like, man, let them Black Americans work. Just pay him his 40 and pay me my 20. Okay, that's fine. But for you to come over and take the $20 and don't let me in, man, you don't get the hell out of here.
I see. And what's your thoughts on AI? Because AI is, of course, coming up, and some people would say that, okay, yeah, there's certain people that might not have legal citizenship in America. They are taking the jobs, but AI is more of a concern than even the illegal immigrants. I mean, they said Amazon is about to fire 50. No, they already, I believe, fired 50,000 people. And then they said, and soon for until the end of 2026, another 150,000, something like that, which will employ a lot of people. And there's a lot of jobs. A lot of people would say that that's more of the issue now.
Okay, so in the long run, what you saying is that the country just gonna fall into anarchy, race war, civil war. Basically, in the end, it's gonna lead to something big going on. Basically,
No, I'm saying that, a lot of people are saying that it's more of the tech and AI that's going to ruin the country faster than the illegal immigrants will.
so that's gonna lead to civil unrest, right?
Right, right.
Okay, when civil unrest comes, these damn immigrants gonna be the first ones shooting at us. So we gotta get
See,
them out of here.
I don't know if you've recognized this yet, and I know you haven't because you keep saying the same thing over and over again. You realize that the immigrants aren't the source of the problem, right?
But they gonna be the foot soldiers. They gonna be the foot
Right.
soldiers. They gonna be
So
the
the question
ones.
is, who's the source of the problem?
Well, if we get the foot soldiers out of the way, we can get back to white and black fight. Let's get these immigrants out of here, and then we can get back to
No,
fighting how we were.
Wait,
that's
Black and white,
how would
misdirection.
the illegal,
we can
how would the
start back
illegal,
marching. Black people don't even want to march. No. We can get back to marching and get back to trying to change the
Yeah,
laws. But first,
you
we got to get
sounding.
these immigrants up
I'm
out of here
sorry, player.
first.
I don't want to
Get
insult
these
nobody on your
immigrants up
show.
out of here.
I'm gonna
We
just
got to
step
get
back.
these immigrants up out of here because they hurting. They are not helping Black America in no way.
So
They
you don't
don't
want
vote.
to
They don't
address the
vote in
source of
our
the
interests. They don't vote for our interests. They vote against our interests,
So you
and
stuck
they're
on
being
immigrants, but you
pushed.
don't want to
They're not
address.
getting pushed. I can see if they was getting pushed into their own communities somewhere. They're being pushed into our communities. How you
Right,
gonna
but
push them somewhere
but you don't want
else?
to. Hold on, my man. You keep saying that because that's like the fifth time you said it. Quick question: do you want to address the source of the problem, or do you just want to focus on the immigrants?
They are a part of the source.
They're not.
Yes, they are. They're like the
No, they're
hand.
not.
They're like the
They
they're like
can't.
the hand. They're like the
They're
hand. So if
not.
I can chop this hand
Right.
off, I got a better fight.
Well, we talking about the head. So, do you know who the source of the problem is?
If I can chop this hand off, I can get to the head better.
Then, who's the head?
The dominant society.
No, much smaller.
well, please don't say the actual names if
No,
it's
No, I'm not.
anything that has
It's
to do
a.
with.
but that's one
It's
in the same.
it's not them folk either.
I
It's
don't
not them
Oh,
folk
okay,
either.
differentiate
okay.
that. I don't
Yeah,
differentiate that. That's one in the
it's not.
same.
It's not them folk either. So it's not
That's
them
one
either.
in the
They
same.
were. They
They
were.
one in the same. They one in the
It's
same to me.
it's called business. Is the problem?
Mm, billionaire business.
That's just no all businesses,
Well, if I
millionaires,
can't,
little
okay.
businesses,
Well,
corner stores, everybody.
if I can't get the $40 an hour construction job, how am I going to do business?
Wait, you don't believe in capitalism?
if I can't get the $40 an hour business so I can save my money up, if I can't get into the construction and work $40 an hour, 80 hours a week so I can save my money up so I can get into business, how am I going to get into business without my construction job when they're giving it to illegals for $15? I can't get into business because I
Right.
can't get into construction.
So business is the problem because they paying them less to do the jobs that you could pay, correct?
No, because a job can put me into business.
No,
A
the
job can
biz
give me my own business.
you're complaining about the immigrants stealing the position, but what you're not saying is it's the businesses that are paying them to do it. That's the source of your problem. So why don't you address the source of the problem instead of just complaining about the minions underneath all of
Well,
this?
well, if the businesses don't pay them, they still got to leave because nobody won't hire them. So they still got to go.
Correct.
It's still gonna be the same result. They got to leave.
Right. So then why don't you address what the source of the problem is? If businesses are the ones that are paying them less for them to work, the business is the problem,
Both are a
right?
problem. I'm just looking at
Well,
the end results is they need to go, whether the business send them out or Trump send them out. It don't matter to me. Just get them
well,
gone.
there's a problem with what you just said because you're basically ignoring the businesses doing illegal activities, and you don't want to say nothing about it.
Listen, if I could work the 40-hour job and
I
save my
can't do
money
no
to
more.
open up my own business, I won't even need the business no
What
more.
is you opening up your business got to do with businesses paying these people illegally? What the hell has that got to do with anything we're talking about?
Because I can't save the money to have the capital to open up my own business if you paying them $20 an hour.
Right. So isn't it the business's fault?
They broke the law. They came in illegally.
But
If
the business
okay,
broke the law. They
well
paying
then,
them. They
okay,
paying the
if
legal
that's
people.
I wouldn't mind them coming in illegally and taking the jobs and they
Ah, okay.
listen, I wouldn't mind if it was fair to where when they did something illegal and everybody look over it, when we did something illegal in the crack epidemic and making millionaires and 100 millionaires and 200 millionaires, Frank Lucas and Nicky Barnes, let that be legal. Let that be legal too, and let everybody watch and give us some police-free zones where we can make
I
our millions of dollars. And then we went. I don't care. But when we do something illegal, we get arrested. They do something illegal,
mhm.
they get to stay. No, when we do something illegal, let us do our illegal.
You still
In the
stuck.
80s, in the 80s
You
when we
still
were
stuck
moving
on
crack,
immigrants, my
in
man, my
the
man, my
80s,
man.
in the 80s when we were moving crack, they should have
You
looked out
going?
for
You
us like they
going?
looking out for illegals.
I don't even know what you're talking about right now. I'm asking you if the illegal immigrants are here because of businesses doing illegal activities. Shouldn't we focus on businesses doing illegal activities?
There's more than one way to skin a cat, but yes.
Okay, that's it. That's all I was asking. Thank you.
Cool, cool.
But if
Uh,
we doing when we was doing illegal stuff, making millionaires, and when they were saying like it was, I went watching drug documentaries, 13, 12-year-old boys with $2 million and $300,000. Okay, when we was going through our illegal thing, give us some safe zones. And now they coming in illegal. You want to get him some safe zones? Hell no, that's not fair.
let me ask you this question real quick, right? So you said you were re-vote for Trump if it was, if the option was there again, right? This is for Mr. Nice,
What you say? Say repeat the question.
or or no, Mr. Know It All. Why have I been calling you Mr. Nice, bro? Is Mr. Know It All? Okay, this question's for you. So I'm saying you said you would vote for Trump, right?
Vote for Trump.
Yeah.
If he does from the year he's been in almost a year now, if he's gonna do exactly what he's doing, the minus cutting off food stamps for because I know it's a lot of families that need that. Everything except that. But I know why he's doing it because he got to starve these people who then barricaded themselves in the goddamn house. So he got to get them out there barricade somehow, and on the way he take that free food that the Democrats gave him.
I see what you're saying. And let me ask you this, right? So Trump being president, right? You're FBA, correct?
Correct.
So if Trump isn't exactly for reparations, which is the goal of the FBA, right? What would it? I want to phrase this correctly. What would it benefit the FBA to, uh, elect Trump?
For him to get the illegals out of the country.
And so electing him would push us closer to the reparations.
We're gonna fight for reparations regardless. What I'm saying is anti-black hate crime bill and getting illegals out of the country is a start.
And
Even if
which
we
one's
don't
more
get
to the
reparations, even if we
what?
don't get reparations from him, an anti-black hate crime bill and getting illegals out of the country is, it's like, it's something. It ain't what
And,
we
and,
want, but it's
and I'm
something.
curious. I'm curious. Which one is more of the goal for you? Getting the illegals out of the country or getting the reparations?
The reparations is the most important, but with the illegals gone, we have a better fight because we don't have a buffer class in our way.
See, I'm wondering, right? I'm wondering with Trump in office, I just from the research, right? From everything that people know about Trump and a lot of things that he stands for, a lot of people say that if Trump is in office, it would be counterintuitive for Black people to ever get reparations, given that his party fights so hard, against, giving out, these kind of privileges to people like, that melanated FBA. So, it's just me, I'm just thinking to the audience, I'm like, wouldn't that be counterintuitive? Trump remains president, that pushes us further away from the goal. They
Well,
start
that's
getting
one thing
more
we. I'm no what
laws
they'll
in
just
place against
that
Black.
was my radical side talking. He's not going to be president again. But if he was to be, I would vote for him. But that's not going to happen. But it's over with. I didn't vote for Trump the first time. I didn't vote for Trump the second time. I will never vote for Trump because he's not going to run again. So that's not here nor there. What I'm saying is,
You
if
just said you
he,
would, though.
huh?
You said you would, though.
I would. Yes. If I knew what I know now, hell yeah, I vote for him.
And you don't think that voting for Trump pushes Black people further away from the goal of getting the reparations?
No, I don't. I think it brings us closer because he's removing the buffer class. If you move the buffer class, that means it's just me and you. I ain't got to worry about
Uh,
these people in the way.
yeah, I don't agree with that at all. But no, Trump's not moving anything away from reparations. He's not moving anything towards reparations. He's not removing a buffer class. There was buffer classes before these immigrants got here. There's going to be buffer classes when they
Not like
leave,
under
man.
Biden though. Not like Biden let in half of
Listen,
our. Biden let in half of our race, half of our ethnicity. 22 million. It's only like 44 million of us. This nigga let in
I,
22 million.
he
Come
didn't
on,
let 20. He
that's
didn't.
half of our numbers.
Listen, he didn't let 22 million in. All right, he didn't. He was only in office for 4 years. If
Even if
22
he let
million
11
people,
million in, that's a
he didn't let
quarter of
11
our numbers.
million. He
That's a
didn't let
quarter. He
11
let in
million
a
in.
quarter.
You
At
know
least he
who?
let in a quarter of our
You know who
numbers.
let in more immigrants? All the other presidents before, except Obama. Obama got rid of a lot
We're
of them.
not talking about. I'm talking about Biden right now. He let in a quarter
He,
of
he
our
didn't.
numbers.
He didn't let in a quarter of our numbers
You
either.
just said
He
he let in
didn't.
11 million. That's a
No, I
quarter of
didn't.
our numbers.
No, I didn't. He didn't let in 11 million either.
Which one? What number is it then?
It's more like 3, 4 million, somewhere around
Man, you
there.
just said 11.
No, I
Twice
didn't
you
say
said
11.
it.
You said
I
I
said
didn't say
22.
11.
You said 11.
No, you said 11. I never said 11. I said it's not 11 either.
Well, it doesn't
He
matter. They
didn't
got to get out
let
of
he
our
didn't let in
community.
that many people. If that many people came in a 4 year period, it'd be the havoc would be ridiculous, right? So let's just stop.
It
It's
is
not. He didn't let
ridiculous.
in.
It
He
is
didn't let in
ridiculous.
12 million. He didn't let in 20. He didn't let in 11. That didn't happen. But he did let in a lot. So don't get me wrong. He did. But I mean, come on, man. It's not just him letting them in. The whole
No
of
matter,
Congress did it.
even if you let in
Republicans and
5 million, even
Democrats.
if you let in 5 million, he pushed them into our communities.
Well, it wasn't him. It was Republican governors that did that.
The Democrats, they could have shut down the border like Trump said. Trump was building a wall. The Democrat came in and let open the floodgates and
Right,
sent
but
them
do you
straight to
do
the black community. They ain't
you do
building no
real
community out in
you
Wyoming
do
somewhere for them to
you
live.
do
They
real
sent them into
you
Houston, Atlanta,
hear me
New
out.
York City,
Yeah, that's what the governor of Texas did. The governor of
Ohio.
Texas did that. Governor of Texas did that. That's a Republican.
Who let them in?
He should have called ICE. He's not supposed to ship them to other states.
Man,
He
Trump
should
had
have
the
Hey,
called
let's
border. Trump
mute
ICE.
the
had
mic.
troops
Let's
at
mute
the
the mic because
border
there's
with
too much echo. Too much
bulldozers,
echo.
building a wall, dude. When he got out of office, they opened the floodgates to the black community with third world immigrants.
How did third world immigrants get from the border of Mexico to Chicago,
Let's
New
mute the
York,
mic.
and LA?
Mr. Know It All. Can you mute the mic while he's talking?
All right.
I hear what you're saying. I'm not saying he didn't help it. Don't get me wrong, but Republicans helped it too. So you want me to sit here and act like I didn't see Republicans doing it too? You out your mind. They all did it. It was part of the game.
The
You,
Republicans sent them to Democratic cities after they already got in the country because Biden would
right,
not let. Because that man tried to shut down his border down in Texas by himself with the National Guard. They said
and
it
he
was
couldn't.
unlawful. Biden
Right.
said it was unlawful and made them move back the troops so the illegals can flood in. So if you gonna, of course I'm gonna put them on a bus to your stuff.
No,
I'm gonna
you're
put them
not
on a bus
supposed to do
straight to
that.
you.
You.
I'm gonna put them
That's
on
the
a bus
point.
straight to you.
That that's the point. He wasn't supposed to do that. He was supposed to call ICE.
But Biden and Kamala was not letting ICE
It
enforce the
does.
law at that time.
It doesn't matter. He was supposed to call ICE, and ICE was supposed to come get him. Now, if ICE moved him to New York, New Jersey, Chicago, we having a different conversation right now. But
Look.
The Republican decided to do it. So what do
If
you gotta argue
if
both
I was
sides?
the
What are you
governor,
doing?
if I was the governor of Texas, and I tried to stop illegals from coming into my Texas, and then you make me pull the troops back so they can come in, I'm gonna put them on a bus to your state. Of course, that's what I would do too.
Yeah, that's what
That's
a that's
100%.
what a that's what a childish person who's not an elected official would do.
They tied his hands. They tied his. He had no other.
No, they didn't.
That was the only thing he could do because he couldn't send
He,
them back into Mexico. He
he,
couldn't just say, "Ice, y'all send them back to Mexico." He was gonna have to let them go to court, and then he was gonna have to release them into
he didn't have to
Texas.
let them do anything.
Yes,
That's
he
ICE.
was because at that point they were
No,
going to court. You had to go to court
right.
and have an
He didn't have
immigration.
to go
Hold
anything.
on, let
That's
me
ICE.
finish. Let me finish. You had to let an immigration judge wait for your case. So that means you had to be released into the country until your court date came up. And they said they weren't showing back up for their court dates. So he was like, man, I'm not finna release these people into Texas. I'm finna send them to a Democrat
I
city.
I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. But how does that help America?
How does what help America?
Shipping them to another state.
It helped Texas.
It didn't. Texas is full of illegal immigrants. It was full of illegal immigrants before these niggas came.
Imagine how
It
it would
still is
be.
now.
Imagine what it would be if had he not sent those buses and planes out of his state.
But how does it help America? You like dodging my questions, man. Does it help America?
Deporting illegals or sending them to Democrat cities.
Sending them to Democratic cities.
It
Specifically
hurts.
cities with high black populations,
It
like
hurts
you was
Black
arguing about
America.
earlier.
It hurts Black America.
Yeah. So it's not good for America then. But you blaming
No
Biden.
illegal in the country is good for America.
But you blaming Biden though.
He the one opened the floodgates.
He did, but who shipped him to the black neighborhoods?
He's just dealing with the flood.
Who? The governor of Texas?
Yes. You can't add how he dealt with the flood. That's another
Shipping him.
thing. Who
He
opened
dealt
the
with the
gate?
flood by shipping them to black communities.
Who opened the gate? Who opened the gate?
I hear you. I don't disagree with you on that. I'm just saying the people who's on Trump's team right now was also part of that. You want to act like you don't understand.
Ain't no white governor finna send no illegal immigrants to the white
I
community.
I don't care what a white governor. I'm only care if they hurt my people, my man. Why
You
you
think
so
he was gonna send them to the white community in wherever
no?
a Republican ran? You think he was gonna send them
Hey,
down
all I care
into
about is how black
Florida?
people are affected. I don't care what they had to do. All I care about is how
So who
black people are
opened the
affected.
floodgate? Who flooded the black community? Biden.
Biden
Okay then.
and Trump.
Trump didn't flood the black community. Trump didn't. Trump was building a
So
wall to save the black community. He probably wasn't
so hold
building it
on.
to save. He probably wasn't building it to save the black community, but it
So
would have saved the black
hold
community
on.
some heartache.
So this is why when you don't know people and you speaking up like this, it kind of makes you look silly.
I
I live in
said he
Florida.
probably didn't build it
Hold
for
on,
the
hold
black
on,
community, but it would have
hold
helped the
on,
black community.
hold on. I live in Florida. I've lived here for almost 20 years now. I've lived in South Florida and Central Florida and Northern Florida. You know Doral, right?
No,
The place where he has it's a place in Miami where he has his golf course. Very well to do area. You know in Doral he had illegal immigrants working at his resort. Didn't bother to run a check on these niggas to verify if they would legally work at his place.
I bet he will now.
He probably won't because who's gonna check? Him? I mean, it's the same game they've always been playing, man. Just I don't know why we want to make it seem like these people are all different. They not, man. They've been involved this whole time. You want to blame Biden for the coming in? And yes, you should. I'm not saying but it wasn't something he was trying to do. But these niggas helped him. You think Republicans couldn't stop him when they had the Senate and the House for like 2 years of his
No,
presidency?
they couldn't. Because this man was sending
Why?
judges to pull back the truth. This man had enacted the National Guard to stop the illegals from coming in. Biden
You
them
mean
came in and made the
you
man pull
mean
them back.
you mean passing a law would be a problem for Congress?
If
Is
they
that what you're trying to tell me?
if they enforce the laws that's already on the book, we wouldn't even have this problem.
So the laws on the books state the president determines the status classification for illegal
The laws
immigrants.
on the book state that you cannot come into this country illegally. All they got to do is enforce that. We don't need no new laws.
No, the law says the president can determine the class status of these illegal immigrants. And what Biden did was he changed that status within his power to do so that these people had more time to stay. That was the whole hubbub. I didn't see a Republican Congress or Senate write a bill to push it through to make it so that the president does not have that power anymore. It's a power that rests for him with his control of the executive office and the land of the United States. They just sat on it, and all they did was complain and throw the basketball back and forth. I don't even know why we even try to make a case for either party as better than the other. They play together. That's the only way the system works. There's no bill that you don't like that hasn't been signed by both a Democrat and a Republican. Ever. Even Obamacare had to have Republican votes. So we gotta stop, man. This is why our voting is a problem because people just suck up anything and vote for however they feel versus what's really happening out here.
Now, let me come in real quick and just get your thoughts on this, Mr. Know-it-all, right? So earlier in the conversation, I think that was a good back and forth between you two too. I really do appreciate that as we wind down. But earlier you had mentioned, voting for Trump, you know, it wouldn't bring FBA closer to success, right?
I said it would bring us closer to success.
Okay, it would bring us closer to success. Now, you said that it would bring us closer to success because Trump is getting rid of the illegal immigrants, correct?
Correct.
And you believe next up would be the black FBA population, right?
Next would be the what?
The FBAs. You believe that they would be next up
Next up to do what?
to get some money, like to construction jobs, things.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, explain it.
I said it's a buffer class in our way, and he's getting them out the way. Once he get them out the way, then because they're voting against us. They're voting against us. They're coming in and they're voting against us. There's no illegal immigrants coming in voting in our favor. None
Well,
of them.
I'm saying
All of
once
them
they're
hate
gone,
us.
once they're gone.
Huh?
I'm saying once they're gone, who are you saying is next up after them? After the, illegal immigrants, who's next that gets these jobs?
If they gone, they have no choice but to hire black Americans.
Okay,
Who else they gonna hire?
and let me ask you this, right? Having a certain amount of money, right, as an FBA,
Is my phone echoing?
it is, yeah, it's echoing. So,
I don't know why it's doing that. I don't.
okay. Basically, all in all, I just wanted to see. I don't know if you can still hear me, but I just wanted to see, going back to what the truth teller said earlier, not voting is more effective for FBA. I just wanted to see if your mindset had kind of shifted. That's really all my question was. Or do you still believe voting for Trump? No, that's very effective, and this pushes FBA closer to the mission.
If we had a better candidate, I would say vote for that candidate.
Mhm.
But Trump is like 50 times better than Kamala.
But one could argue that Kamala and her party is more progressive, in terms of, letting certain things that most of America wouldn't be okay with slide. For instance, right? For instance, what do I mean by this? Things that most of the world wouldn't let slide. For instance, they're more progressive when it comes to LGBTQ. They're more open to the same-sex marriage and allowing new things that, typical America wouldn't be for, right? The original America, the people that really run the country, you know, they're more progressive in that aspect, and some would say that if Kamala was in office or, her party was in office, there'd be more lenient people. Yeah, by a byproduct of that would be more illegal immigrants, right? But also, a lot of people would say that they're more progressive. So getting reparations or having that talk, pushing reparations more into more of a Democratic party might be easier to get than a Republican.
Listen, Kamala would have let so many anti-black racists into this country directly into our communities. Man, it would have been over with for us if she would have been in office. Man, we would have had so many. Man, they worse than the Klan in some of these countries towards black people and directly into our country. Then she was finna get them loans to get housing into our community and buy up the houses in our community. Man, Kamala gonna have a whole Bangladesh into the black community.
No, I feel what you're saying. All right.
Yeah,
Well, I just want
I got no, I got nothing
to.
for that right there. I don't disagree at all.
Right, right. And I just wanted to see if your thoughts maybe had changed, right? Like from earlier on when you said, not voting would be more when Truth Teller mentioned to you that not voting would be more effective for FBAs, and your saying was, oh, voting for Trump would be more effective. So I guess my question really is for Truth Teller. Did that sway your opinion on voting for Trump? Do you now feel more inclined to vote for Trump given what Mr. Know-It-All is saying?
No,
Okay.
not at all.
All right. So,
I mean, I know the game. I know what his game is. So,
but so you can respect, like you can kind of see where he's coming from, right? Like, okay, it
I,
makes
I can
sense.
see where he's coming from. And a lot of Trump voters are like that. It's that one issue vote thing, which is ridiculous. But hey, it's your vote. You have the right to do it. I know him, and I've seen him over the decades, and I see what he's doing right now, and none of it is actually to help anybody. To tell you the truth, much less black people. So I can't give him my vote because if he's not planning to do nothing for us, why would I vote for him?
So for Mr. Know-It-All, do you see at least where he's coming from? So at least we have that. Can you see his point of view on why it's probably best not to vote, or are you still like, no, I would still vote for Trump if it was all over again?
The only reason I say I would vote for a Trump is because I can see where we would be if Kamala was in. Like, had Kamala got in, man, it would have been over with for the black community. I mean, dude, it would have been over with. I mean, completely, we would have been completely decimated if she would have got in office. That's why I look back. We dodged a bullet. We dodged a bullet with her not getting in office.
And for the truth teller, do you see where Mr. Know-It-All is coming from with what he's saying? Like, voting for Kamala, would have completely messed us up more than voting for Trump.
Oh yeah.
So you would vote for Trump too if it was all done again?
I still wouldn't have voted for Trump, but I damn sure ain't voting for Kamala.
Okay, I see. All right,
Yeah,
cool.
my vote has to get me something, and if it don't get me nothing, you don't deserve it. It's just what the bottom line is. So,
And I think what I'm learning from both of you guys is, for the truth teller, you're more direct, and I need it now. It's my money, and I need it now. And then you have, Mr. Know-It-All. He's saying basically that, if this pushes us closer, even though it's small, we're getting closer. Even though it's like an inch, it still gets us closer to the mile. So I kind of think we can understand from both of those angles. I think that's good.
I think those angles are. So I'm not. It's my money. I need it now. It's my vote. You're supposed to give me something for it. Now, whether it's reparations, there's a ton of other things we need as a people besides
Right.
reparations. Reparations is not the end of it. So I mean,
That's why
we
I'm
can't
saying
just
more
say, "Hey, we
direct.
get." Yeah.
That's why I'm saying you more direct with it. I need this for
Yeah.
this. Like I need this.
Yeah.
Some
I
people are
mean,
willing to wait. Some people are willing
yeah.
to do
I
small
mean,
things that they feel like, even though it wastes a lot of time. And no offense, Mr. Truth Teller, but even though it wastes a lot of time, some people are just willing to wait it out.
yeah, it's
Say,
true. No, no,
it
no.
brings me closer.
That's what our voting habit as a people has been for the last 3/4 to a century, right? That's what it has been. And if you talk to some of our parents, some of those baby boomers, and you ask them about it, they'll say we have to do this. They'll get us later, just like whoever voted for Obama. You said the same thing. He just get him in office. He just need more time. I mean, we've been saying that for literally more than older than all of us on this panel have been. So I mean, it just seems silly to keep thinking that way. I don't see how Trump is getting us close to reparations because again, the immigrants are here, and it's because white folks are dying off. They're trying to get more immigrants in. I get it, but there's always been a buffer class. They made sure of that. So,
Right.
getting immigrants out ain't going to change the fact there's still going to be a buffer class here once they leave. And I don't think it's going to get us any closer voting for Trump because he doesn't even soften it. It'd be different if he was talking to his people and trying to make innuendos like, hey, we should do something for the black people that supported us and stuff like that. Then I might close my mouth and let it ride. But you don't even do that. So, I mean, come on. Let's not feed ourselves BS so we can feel better.
Right, man. I think that's a good way to close out and end this, bro. I think you guys did great on that, back and forth. So I definitely do appreciate that. Hey, hit me up on Instagram at traveltriberaw. Let's chop it up some more and get you guys into another live stream. So I appreciate that. Mr. Truth, Mr. Nice Guy. Well, what's his name again? Damn, I can't. Where y'all coming up with these names, man? Y'all just threw these names out at me, man. It's hard to remember y'all names, man. It's like phrases, like it's phrase names, but but no, I appreciate you definitely for coming on, brother. This was a good talk, and yeah. Until next time, everybody, guys, follow my social medias at Travel Tribe Raw. We'll do this again very soon, where we'll have this open debate. And yeah, man. It's been nice. It's been nice, most definitely. Check out the Financial Freedom Masterclass. Get some information on how you can live the best life, your best life, by traveling, getting out the country, being around feminine women, being around great people, learning a new culture. I do have a video dropping this week too. Yeah, you guys see what's on your screen. So that's definitely there. We about to go in on these passport bros, man. So I hope you guys is ready for this. We got some stuff to talk about. So yeah, that's what's going on. That's going to be a main channel video too, by the way. So stay tuned for that. And yeah, man, as I usually say at the end of all of my videos, stay raw. And shout out to Tariq, man. I know some people have some things to say about the brother Tariq, but I'm actually from Los Angeles, Cali, and I've seen a lot of things that Tariq has done. I've physically seen it. See, some people, they just talk about doing things, but I've physically seen what Tariq has done. And Tariq is known as like an LA legend in a way, too, because the stuff he's doing right now is pretty big. It's physically, things are physically getting done. Somebody mentioned earlier, like, about some money missing that he had got from donations. And the fact that he still gets things done, I think, is more important than anything. You know what I'm saying? That's at least because we don't really know his pockets. We don't know exactly what he's doing. And if you want to know, maybe you should ask him to really get involved with what he's working on, but that's just to say that. And I think that's really all to it, man. I appreciate everybody for coming on. Yeah. Shout out to you as well, Mr. Know-It-All. Yeah, we about to close out. So I appreciate you for coming on as well.
All
right, most definitely hit me up on Instagram at traveltriberaw, and let's chop it up there and maybe get you guys back for another live stream. It's definitely a good one.
right.
All right, thank you. All righty. All right, guys. Yeah, man. That was a good conversation, guys. I'm not gonna lie, that was good, man. We talked about a lot of things. I really wanted to get the African versus FBA up and running on here, but it looks like instead we might have to change the title to do Black people deserve reparations? Very interesting discussion we had on this. I think it's important to have this on my platform just so we can hear people give their thoughts on certain things. And I do think that I like that we kind of came to a solution in a way, and the solution might not be for you. Like one person had mentioned that, oh, I'm not going to vote for Trump. The other person mentioned that, you know what? If things happen again, I will vote for Trump. I think it's good to hear both sides, and I'm just here to, host, the debate really. Me personally, my views are my views, but, really we just here to host the debates and have, instructive criticism and have these hot topics. So anyways, at the end of the day, guys, Wakanda forever, all that blah blah. I'm about to go kick back, relax for a second, then get some work done. So until next time, stay raw, stay real. You already know the deal. We gone. Holla.